Evening. The Thrissur Management Association is truly delighted to extend a hearty welcome to our dearest guests. Welcome to the Leadership Summit 2024. ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് സമ്മിറ്റ് 2024 ഏവർക്കും സ്വാഗതം ആശംസിക്കുകയാണ്. ആഘോഷം എന്ന രീതിയിൽ തന്നെ നമ്മൾ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു എല്ലാവരെയും. തൃശ്ശൂർ സാംസ്കാരിക തലസ്ഥാനം എന്നറിയപ്പെടുമ്പോഴും തൃശ്ശൂരിന് വളരെ സുദൃഢമായ ഒരു സംരംഭം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബിസിനസ് സംസ്കാരമുണ്ട്. ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ ഭൂപടത്തിൽ, ബിസിനസ് ഭൂപടത്തിൽ തൃശ്ശൂരിന് സുസ്ഥിരമായ ഒരു സ്ഥാനം നൽകുന്നതിന് വലിയൊരു പങ്ക് നമ്മുടെ തൃശ്ശൂരിലെ ഐക്കൺസ് വഹിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവരോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ വിവിധ ഭാഗങ്ങളിൽ, ചെറു പട്ടണങ്ങളിലും ചെറിയ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നുമൊക്കെ പഠിച്ച് വളർന്ന് ഇന്ന് മികവിൻ്റെ കൊടുമുടികൾ കീഴടക്കിയ, സമ്മിറ്റുകൾ കീഴടക്കിയ പ്രതിഭാധനർ നമ്മുടെ ഒപ്പം സംവദിക്കുന്നതിനായി എത്തുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഇന്നത്തെ ദിവസം ആദ്യം ഒരു ഉദ്ഘാടന സമ്മേളനം, തുടർന്ന് ടെക്നിക്കൽ സെഷൻസ് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിലാണ് നമ്മൾ ഒരുക്കിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. ബിഫോർ വി സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ഓഫ് വിത്ത് ഇനോഗ്രൽ സെറമണി, വൈ ഡോണ്ട് വി ഹാവ് എ ലിറ്റിൽ സ്റ്റോറി, a tiny little story that will perhaps encapsulate what TMA envisions to do. There are 50 students in a class, a personality development class. A trainer walks in, gives them a task, tells them there are 50 balloons in the adjacent room, one balloon for each of you, a name will be on the balloon, go and collect them. The only condition is that you are not supposed to interact with one another, you will have to go and find the balloon and get back to me in 3 minutes. Pandemonium breaks in. It was all chaotic. Within 3 minutes, 5 of them come back, 3 of them have their balloons burst, and 2 of them still carry the balloon. The others are disappointed. The trainer again tells, do not worry, I have another task for you. In another room are 50 balloons, one each representing you. Again, the names are on it, but this time you pick a random balloon, find the person whose name is written on it, you can interact and hand the balloon over to the person. Within 3 minutes, all 50 of them gleefully return with the balloons in their hands. As is very evident here, probably a story that is familiar to all of us, communication, interaction and sharing knowledge that one has enabled all of them to succeed at the end. ഒരു വളരെ ലളിതമായി പറഞ്ഞാൽ, this is exactly what TMA also envisions to do. Thrissur Management Association കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറേ ദശാബ്ദങ്ങളായി ചെയ്തു വരുന്നതും ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്. പരിചയസമ്പന്നരായുള്ള വ്യക്തികളെ ഒരുമിച്ച് ഒരു ഫോറത്തിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരിക, സംഭാഷണങ്ങളിലൂടെ, നെറ്റ്വർക്കിങ്ങിലൂടെ വരുന്ന തലമുറയ്ക്കും അവരുടെ അനുഭവങ്ങളും പാഠങ്ങളും കൈമാറിക്കൊണ്ട് ഒരു ബിസിനസ് സമൂഹം എന്ന നിലയ്ക്ക് ഒരുമിച്ച് മുന്നോട്ട് കുതിക്കുക എന്ന ഉദ്ദേശം തന്നെയാണ്. ഇത് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ ഓർത്തു പറയേണ്ടത്, കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറേ വർഷങ്ങളായി TMAയുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് അംഗീകാരങ്ങൾ ലഭിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. ഓൾ ഇന്ത്യ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് അസോസിയേഷൻ്റെ കീഴിൽ പല വർഷങ്ങളായി ലഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിലും കഴിഞ്ഞ 3 വർഷങ്ങൾ തുടർച്ചയായി കൺസിക്യൂട്ടീവ്ലി TMA has been recognized as the best local management association. So this is something we hold very close to our heart and use it as a fuel to move forward. അപ്പോൾ ഈ യാത്രയിൽ ഇതുപോലെയുള്ള ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് സമ്മിറ്റുകൾ ഒരു മുഖ്യമായ മൈൽക്കല്ലാണ്. ഈ മൈൽക്കൽ നമ്മൾ ഒരുമിച്ച് താണ്ടുന്നു. എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി സ്വാഗതം ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇന്നത്തെ ദിവസം നമ്മൾ തുടങ്ങുകയാണ്. ലെറ്റ് us begin with an invocation to the Almighty. ഒരു പ്രാർത്ഥനയോടുകൂടി നമ്മൾ തുടങ്ങുന്നു. गोविंद बोलो, गोपाल बोलो, राम नाम बोलो, हरि नाम बोलो, अल्लाह मालिक ईशा नानक, अल्लाह मालिक ईशा नानक, ज़ोराष्ट्र महावीर बुध नाम बोलो. ये नाम सारे हैं जीवन सहारे, परमानंद के होते हैं न्यारे. जो नाम चाहो वो नाम बोलो, जो नाम चाहो वो नाम बोलो. प्रेम से बोलो, भाव से बोलो, गोविंद बोलो, गोपाल बोलो, राम नाम बोलो, हरि नाम बोलो. Thank you. So we commence the proceedings with a formal welcome address. In order to welcome the gathering, and we have on stage the Senior Vice President of TMA, someone who zealously practices as a chartered accountant himself, CA T.R. Anantharaman. Can we have you at the lectern, please?
Thank you, Meera. Distinguished President of TMA CA Geo Job, esteemed MD and CEO of SIB Limited, Shri P.R. Seshadri, former Chief Secretary of Government of Kerala, Shri E.K. Bharat Bhushan IAS, Director General KILA, Shri Joy Elamon, in his absence, I think he will join us now, Convener of this Leadership Summit, CA Manoj Kumar, other esteemed speakers, panelists, past presidents, office bearers, invited guests, sponsors, friends from the media, and cherished members of TMA. Greetings to all the leaders, visionaries, and future leaders assembled here today. We stand at the threshold of an extraordinary journey, and leading us on this expedition is our esteemed President, CA Geo Job. This program is the realization of his visionary work, and on behalf of all present here, I extend a warm welcome to him. We are privileged to have the newly appointed MD and CEO of South Indian Bank Limited, Shri P.R. Seshadri, with us this evening. A seasoned banker with extensive experience across various banking domains and geographies, his transformative leadership has left an indelible mark. Beyond the boardrooms, his engaging articles in social media, filled with wit and wisdom, is a must-read. Sir, we are honored by your presence, and on behalf of everyone here, I extend a hearty welcome to you. A true luminary among us is Shri E.K. Bharat Bhushan IAS, the former Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala. His bold initiatives and unyielding dedication have been the driving force behind several impactful projects in the state, including the likes of Kannur Airport and Viljam Port. Today, we are privileged to have him share his insights on leadership. Sir, your presence adds immense value to our gathering, and we extend a warm welcome to you. Shri Joy Elamon, sir, Director General KILA, is another person who influences our lives without most of us realizing it. KILA's recommendations to the government influence many policy decisions that are implemented. I welcome him in his absence. The tireless efforts of CA Manoj Kumar, the convener of this Leadership Summit, have brought us together today. On behalf of everyone, I welcome him to this gathering. Let us commence our journey themed Elevate, Endure, Excel, a leadership paradigm. It's not merely a set of words. It's a call to action, an invitation to transcend the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary. Each one of you is an integral part of this narrative, and together we shall elevate, endure, and excel. Welcome aboard and have a pleasant journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Truly is a call to action, elevate, endure, and excel. We're trying to bring a solid paradigm for leadership. Thank you for your words of warm welcome. And now for the presidential address, a seasoned chartered accountant who is very meticulous in his approach, CA Geo Job, the President TMA. If you could deliver the presidential address. The proud host.
Thank you, Meera. So very respected Mr. P.R. Seshadri, MD and CEO of South Indian Bank Limited, guest of honor Mr. E.K. Bharat Bhushan IAS, former Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, Director General of Kerala Institute of Local Administration, Mr. Joy Elamon in his absence, Mr. Paul Thomas, MD and CEO of ESAF Small Finance Bank Limited and past President of TMA, Mr. T.S. Anantharaman, past chairman of CSP Bank and past president of TMA, and other luminaries. Mr. V.P. Nandakumar, MD and CEO of Manappuram Finance Limited and past presidents of TMA, and other distinguished guests and past presidents of TMA. Good evening to everybody. Thrissur Management Association, which started in 1990, is one of the most active local body of All India Management Association. Formed by a group of visionary leaders and started as a small professional body, TMA has all over the years has grown richer in size, in quality, in professionalism, in attaining its vision and the very purpose of being instrumental in the development of the society. The visionary leaders anchored this great organization and positioned it to such a great stature. Now, TMA has more than 475 life members and more than 25 corporate memberships. Many of the luminaries in the business and professional arena of Thrissur are serving TMA with their knowledge, experience, and other resources, either as patrons or past presidents. TMA managed to own its own building with ample infrastructure, which caters facilities for conducting meetings, workshops, and seminars, and empowering youth and students by unleashing their potential and to make them great managers and scaling them to great career is one of the major initiatives of TMA. With unstinted efforts, now TMA has presence over more than 23 colleges, and we are having 1,600 students chapter members. Recently, TMA has started a youth wing, Young Leaders of Thrissur, and it is going great. Apart from monthly guest lecture, workshops, Let's Chat programs, Meet with CEO programs, big scale conventions, recognizing the achievers to the society, TMA also focusing on social activities with an aim to give back to the society. TMA moves to the activities on social front, associating with the government departments and other government entities like KILA, DTPC, Municipal Corporation, etc. And a Vilangan Tourism Project, Waste Management Plan in association with BPCL, and projects on urban development in association with Thrissur Corporation are some of the ongoing projects of Thrissur Management Association. The positive factor for TMA is, with its brand value and the strong bonding with the corporates, we are able to act as a catalyst and liaising agent between government and corporates for implementation of the projects. And Thrissur, Thrissur is a very small city and Kerala is a very small state. But the presence of the corporates, both listed and non-listed, from small cities in Kerala to the national and global business arena is commendable. We have 5 listed companies from the small city of Thrissur itself. Without doubt, there should be typical and different set of leadership styles and governance models to emerge from small towns to grow global. And of course, there may be difficulties in marketing, branding, and attracting investors facing competition. But naturally, the business model should also be different. It would definitely be a good learning to know about these different leadership styles today. Also, what we could observe is the corporates, along with putting the efforts to enhance the wealth to the shareholders, they do a lot for the development of the society as a whole. Promotion of agriculture, active involvement in tourism sector, and efforts to develop urban scenario, climatic change are some of the areas which we could see around where the corporates are involved and creating a positive change. And we can see a classic examples in Thrissur itself. And we need to understand how corporate principles are get aligned with these initiatives today. And these are the 2 ideas which would be pivoted around today for this leadership summit today. And today TMA arranged a wonderful platform where the stalwarts from the business arena will be sharing their leadership strategies, business growth principles, and governance styles. TMA is thankful for these leaders for accepting our invitation and their willingness to share their experiences. And I am sure the sessions would be really enriching and the delegates would be really benefited. Our wish and dream, the takeaways from these sessions would help the building leaders and entrepreneurs to either redesign or reformulate their leadership strategies and governance styles to create a value-based business ecosystem. And we are looking forward for the great sessions ahead. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Identifying some key areas that will be delved deep into in the following session, and here is hoping that TMA continues to be the catalyst to build a strong, substantial business ecosystem. Thank you. And now, to set the preface, may we have on stage the very proactive summit coordinator, yet another respected chartered accountant, CAM Manoj Kumar at the lectern. He will be offering a prelude to what is to come.
Thank you. I'm truly honored to stand before you today as we gather at this remarkable TMA Leadership Summit under the theme, Elevate, Endure, Excel, a Leadership Paradigm. To set the context, this summit brings together some of the brightest minds and visionary leaders in the world of management, creating a unique space for collaboration, learning, and inspiration. Our theme, Elevate, Endure, Excel, encapsulates the essence of what it means to be a leader in the dynamic and ever-evolving landscape of business and management. In a world that is constantly changing, leaders are faced with challenges, not only adapting but thriving amidst uncertainty. It is this paradigm of leadership that we aim to explore and celebrate over the course of this summit. Elevating ourselves and our organizations involves reaching new heights of innovation, resilience, and adaptability. It requires a commitment to continuous improvement and willingness to embrace change. As leaders, we must elevate our thinking, our strategies, and our teams to meet the demands of a fast-paced and interconnected world. Endurance is a quality that defines great leaders. In the face of challenges and setbacks, it is the ability to endure that separates those who merely survive from those who truly thrive. Whether it's navigating economic downturns, global crises, or internal challenges, leaders must possess the resilience to weather the storms and emerge stronger on the other side. Excellence is the ultimate goal of leadership. It is not merely about achieving success, but doing so with a commitment to the highest standards of integrity, ethics, and social responsibility. To excel is to set a new standard, to inspire others to reach their full potential, and to leave a lasting legacy of positive impact. Throughout this summit, we will delve into the strategies, insights, and experiences of leaders who have embraced this paradigm, those who have elevated their organizations, endured through challenges, and achieved excellence in their respective fields. Together, we will explore the dynamics of effective leadership, innovative management practices, and the keys to creating a lasting legacy. We encourage you to take the full advantage of the wealth of knowledge and expertise present in this room. Let us use this summit as a platform to elevate our collective understanding of leadership, endure through the challenges that lie ahead, and excel in shaping a future that is not only successful, but sustainable and impactful. Thank you for being part of this extraordinary journey. May this summit inspire and empower each one of us to lead with purpose, passion, and a commitment to excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Elevate, endure, excel. താക്കോൽ വാക്കുകളാണല്ലോ, keywords ആണ്. Those keywords open doors to multiple possibilities, and what we had was a gist of what is to come in the future sessions. Thank you, sir. And now we have come to a simple but a significant step in the journey. നിലവിളക്ക് തെളിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ടുള്ള ഉദ്ഘാടന ചടങ്ങിലേക്ക് കടക്കുന്നതിനായി ഒരുങ്ങുന്നു. And that will be followed by the speeches from our guests of honor. May we have, first of all, to lead us in the lighting of the lamp, someone who brings with him a wealth of experience as an accomplished banker. His experience ranges from enterprise level to handling commercial banking sectors across geographies, across functional lines, and across businesses. As we say, ज्ञान से शब्द समझ में आते हैं, अनुभव से अर्थ. ज्ञान और अनुभव का एक मिलन है when we invite him to speak. He is currently the MD and CEO of the South Indian Bank, an establishment that is almost close to touching a century of service, and he continues to take the legacy forward. It is an absolute pleasure and privilege to invite Mr. P.R. Seshadri to the podium. Welcome, sir. May I request you to lead our guests in the lighting of the lamp. May we have on stage former Chief Secretary to the Government of Kerala, who is also scheduled to speak to us later, Shri E.K. Bharat Bhushan IAS, retired, Dr. Joy Elamon, Director General, KILA, is yet to join, I believe. Shri V.P. Nandakumar, Managing Director and CEO, Manappuram Finance Limited, also the past President of TMA. Welcome, sir. Shri K. Paul Thomas, Managing Director and CEO, ESAF Bank, past President, TMA. CA Shri T.S. Anantharaman, former Chairman, the Catholic Syrian Bank, past President, TMA. And of course, the hosting league, we would like to have on stage the President of TMA, CA Geo Job, Secretary, TMA, CMA, Shri Madhu AP. And can we also have Manoj sir on stage? Hearty welcome to CA Shri M. Manoj Kumar, the Summit Coordinator. The energy on stage is soaring through the roof. We have stalwarts, trailblazers joining. May I request you, Seshadri sir, to lead us in the lighting of the lamp. Atma Deepo Bhava, we say, be the light you wish to bring to the world. Sarvesham swastir bhavatu, Sarvesham shantir bhavatu, Sarvesham purnam bhavatu, Sarvesham mangalam bhavatu, Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, Sarve santu niramayaha, Sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhavet. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. This marks the commencement of Leadership Summit 2024, brought to you by the Thrissur Management Association. There are two ways to spread the light. You either be the lamp or the mirror that reflects it. The TMA continues to play both roles. And thank you all the gentlemen here on stage, and I request Mr. Seshadri to stay back and favor the audience with an address. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished dignitaries from the world of business, distinguished dignitaries from the world of government and governance, dignitaries from the Thrissur Management Association, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Thrissur Management Association for inviting me this evening. And I'm deeply honored and humbled by the invite, and I am deeply looking forward to the evening today. The Thrissur Management Association has chosen two very important and appropriate topics to deal with today, which is the rise of entrepreneurship in small cities. And I don't want to use the word small in any manner derogatorily, but merely to signify that certain places are smaller than others, and the role of business entities in society, roles other than the maximization of profit, something that when you're working, you don't really think about too much. If you look at the first subject, rise in entrepreneurship in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities is quite palpable. It can be seen as you drive around India and as you see the mushrooming of commercial establishments right across India. It's a wonderful trend. It is a spectacular thing to see, and it is something that rightly the government is encouraging by making credit accessible at every stage. Cities offer significant opportunities because there are so many people packed together that if you have a good idea, you can talk to people quite easily and you can exploit that idea and you can create a commercial establishment as a consequence. And this is what they call the network effect of having people close together. And this whole issue of close proximity also causes other problems. So, sometimes there are bottlenecking that takes place in very, very large cities like Bombay or Delhi or Bangalore for that matter, where getting from one place to another is very, very difficult. But yet, cities tend to create opportunities that are very difficult to duplicate. But fortunately for us, technology is bridging this gap. And the easy availability of telecommunication has made living in a smaller location less, less difficult from a businessman's point of view than living in a larger city, because you can now communicate with people very easily. Many, many years ago, about 25 years ago, I used to be the banker who, on behalf of Citibank, for whom I used to work, used to deal with Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, whom most of you know as the Big Bull. And I still remember when I was in a conversation with him, maybe 20 plus years ago, and Airtel was going public. And Rakesh was telling me that this is going to transform our country like nothing that you've ever seen before. He said, in our country, you can't get from place A to place B very easily. But now, with this device, you will be able to talk to people wherever they are. Not only talk, but you will be able to communicate in other forms. And this, he thought, would enable us to leapfrog from third world to the first world without going into the intermediary steps that are required. And I think some of that is playing out today. And that, when you couple with the infrastructure revolution that we are having, is making smaller cities that much more vibrant from a business standpoint. Now, you can take the case of South Indian Bank. It was started more than 95 years ago in this city by a set of visionary founders, and they have helped create more entrepreneurship here. It was started with limited capital as a small entity. I think the starting capital that was employed was 22,000 rupees. Today, our capital base is north of 8,000 crores. The total balance sheet size of the bank is approximately 100,000 crores on the liabilities side and obviously 100,000 crores on the asset side. So it's come from 22,000 rupees to a lakh of rupees. But the impact of having a bank in a location such as this is that it has made entrepreneurship possible, because banks are allocators of capital. I mean, that is the traditional role of a bank. And having a bank in a location which is dedicated to providing service in that location makes capital available in that location. So if you look at India, there are places where private banks were established. They tend to be concentrated. So there is a concentration of private banks in Kerala. There is a concentration of private banks in Tamil Nadu. There is a concentration of private banks in the North Canara area. And if you look at the levels of development of all these three locations, you will find that development in these locations from a commercial standpoint is greater than the development that other parts of India have seen, where these private banks cease to exist. So I think what SIB and the fact that it was established here has done is that it has had multiple impacts on Thrissur itself. It has made credit available. It has enabled people from Thrissur to interact with the rest of India, because this institution had access to other parts of India and could act as a bridge between two locations. It has ensured that skills in Thrissur could develop. So I spent most of my banking career working for a multinational company. I worked with Citigroup for about 25 years. I worked in India, I worked in Singapore, I worked in the United Kingdom, and then I came back, and I have spent 2 stints in 2 smaller cities. Prior to taking this role, I was the CEO of Karur Vaisya Bank, which operates out of Karur, and SIB, which operates out of Thrissur. And that is because I find that the opportunity space that you get in these locations is significantly more than you can find elsewhere. And the big change that has happened is that the quality of people you can find, the skill sets that you find today in South Indian Bank are very, very similar or comparable to what I have found in Citi, which is one of the world's large institutions. So the effect of having entrepreneurship and the effect of building organizations is that over a period of time, it bridges the skill gap very significantly. So when you look at people in specific functions within SIB, they're no different or no lesser than people who operate in other organizations. Now, coming to the next subject that you were talking about, the fact that organizations are not meant merely for profit maximization, that is something that was ingrained in almost all of us. Unfortunately, academia leaned the other way. From 1970 onwards, the Chicago School of Economics took over, Mr. Milton Friedman and others, who preached the fact that the role of a private entity is to maximize earnings for stockholders. And that, from the 1970s onwards till, I guess, recently, was the paradigm under which businesses in the United States and in the UK, which is basically the Anglosphere, operated. This led to the phenomena of leveraged buyouts. This led to the financialization of the economy to a degree that has now resulted in almost the deindustrialization of the United States, because transactions were undertaken merely for the profit motive. So companies were bought on a highly levered basis, and if the sum of the parts was greater than the whole, then they were broken up and sold, which had unintended consequences, which was not appropriate for society. So what I'm coming down to is the fact that there has to be realization that an organization exists for all its constituents. It exists for its shareholders, it exists for its employees, it exists for its customers, it exists for broader society at large. And I think that is something that Indian corporates have embraced at various levels. And the government of India has by enacting a series of laws, embodied it in our legal framework as well. And now corporate giving, or CSR, has become a very broad area of activity. And now that most companies have to do CSR related work, which is 2% of their total profits over the last 3 years, or average profits over the last 3 years, that has become a very, very considerable sum as well. And the impact of this very large corporate charitable activity is very visible as you go across India. There are lots of hospitals that have started up. There are large physical projects that have been done by corporate entities which benefit society at large. So SIB, for instance, has wholeheartedly supported this. We take pride in having refurbished a bus stand here in Thrissur. We have made signal contributions to the coaching of football in Thrissur. So these are activities that have ensured that as an institution we have given back to the society that we service. Hopefully all of this will lead to a better India, a more equal India, an India of greater opportunities, and an India that distributes its largesse more abundantly. It is said that, this is an apocryphal story. I can't really confirm that it actually happened. Mao Zedong was traveling to France, and somebody went to him and he said, can you tell us what you think the effects of the French Revolution were? The French Revolution happened in 1789. Mao Zedong apparently thought for a while and he said, it's too soon to tell. I don't know if this actually ever happened or not, but as they say, this is one of those stories that tells a tale. So with the emergence of greater community consciousness and the impact of partnership of business across India, and more particularly in Kerala with the rest of the constituents of community at large, the impacts of this, I'm quite certain, are going to be quite remarkable. I think we can make a huge difference. And in contrast to what Chairman Mao said, I think the effects can be seen today. So we at SIB remain committed to all our stakeholders, including the communities that we proudly serve. Thank you very much for having me this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was truly a heartening observation that a place like, say, Karur or Thrissur for that matter, though small geographically, is big on opportunities and skill sets. Thank you very much. And now for the next address of the evening by our guest of honor. He's had an impeccable track record serving the public in various capacities as the Indian Administrative Service, both at the central government and at the state government of Kerala. He has also successfully served as the CEO of major state enterprises. He is known particularly for taking up initiatives that are transforming. Arumai udaithendru asavamai vendum, perumai muyarchi tharum, Kural number 611, that talks about how strenuous efforts will invariably bear fruit. He is someone who exemplifies this Kural. It is an absolute pleasure and privilege to invite Shri E.K. Bharat Bhushan IAS retired to take the lectern and address the gathering, sir. Good evening and welcome, sir.
Distinguished President, Mr. Geo Job of TMA, the chief guest who inaugurated this convention, other distinguished guests, office bearers of TMA, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to come here this afternoon. It's not the first time that I have met all of you. I've been to a couple of functions organized by the TMA. At every stage, I've been impressed by the energy and forward-looking attitude of TMA. It has provided a professional ecosystem for Thrissurites, particularly the entrepreneurs from Thrissur. The President was mentioning about, very briefly was mentioning about some of the activities of TMA, its presence in several colleges in the district, how it is hand-holding entrepreneurial talent in the district. I deeply appreciate the good work TMA is doing, and I hope it will go on for several more years. Now, Thrissur is a place where I have not spent my youth, or have I studied here, nor have I worked here. My earliest memories of Thrissur dates back to the 70s when I was a student at Trivandrum. While passing through, I used to look at these quaint buildings, and it's a fascinating place in terms of culture and temples and various other things. It was only later, when after I got married, and that I decided this was my in-law town, if you may call it, when I noticed several aspects of this place. One, there are many successful businessmen here. People have a quaint sense of humor. One other thing I noticed at that time, in the early 80s or so, I noticed most of the people in Thrissur were either going to a temple or coming back. They are very deeply religious, not only from the point of view of temples, from other religions also. I did not work. I started my career as a sub-collector in Perinthalmanna. I was allotted to Kerala Card, and I worked in Perinthalmanna as a sub-collector in the 81. But those was, especially for the youth, I would like to say that those were entirely different times. Control and regulation were the principles under which all government functioned. And mostly the way we worked, the regulations, the rules and regulations which were in place at that time, looked at governance from a point of view of governmental agencies rather than from the people's side. Although there were popular mantras like Garibi Hatao and socialism, unfortunately these were not put in place, never implemented. The other day I was flipping through pages of one of the collected speeches of Winston Churchill, one of his lesser known speeches, where he talked about socialism. I mean no offense to people who are here, who are believers in this excellent dictum. He made a comment that Christopher Columbus was the first socialist in the world. He attributed 3 reasons. One, Columbus did not know where he was. 2, he had no idea where he was going. 3, he could still continue his travel thanks to taxpayers' money. So we were chasing the wrong bandwagon those days. I remember as a district collector, there was a curious legislation which was brought out, which mentioned that it was a monopoly procurement of cashew order, by which anybody who had a few cashew trees in his compound had to perforce hand over the 1 or 2 kilos of cashew to the government, the revenue officers. They, of course, will be paid in a year or two time, in a time of 1 or 2 years. And as a district collector and district magistrate, it is my duty to oversee that the nuts which are grown in Manappuram were never allowed to be taken to another state where there were people who were willing to pay a reasonable price. So I had about 15 flying squads, each filled with armed policemen, headed by tahsildars, who were literally flying all around the district, chasing down these poor smugglers. Anyway, times have changed. During my later part of my service, I happened to be witness to history in the making. I went to Government of India, that too to the Ministry of Commerce, when India opened up. In the 90s, this was just after Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh's had liberalization endeavors had started. I worked in Ministry of Commerce under Mr. Chidambaram, who was an extremely dynamic personality. Those were, as Dickens would have said, those are the best of times and those are the worst of times. It was best in terms of the shibboleths, the cobwebs of control were being lifted, out and out being removed. It was the worst of times because many of us who were relatively young bureaucrats were unguided missiles who were just about doing things without any official backing at times. The Exim policy was a document at that time which used to be waited for great interest. In April, it used to be brought out, quickly followed by the Department of Revenue's notifications, which relaxed one area after another, one control after another. So this was a tremendous opportunity to have a ringside view of what was happening in India. Now, we all realize that much water has flowed under the bridge. There has been remarkable progress at all grounds. And probably the greatest advantage that we have had, is that governments have changed, but the progress towards liberalization has continued unabated. Each government, particularly the present one and the previous one, from 2014 onwards, has taken remarkable steps, progressive steps. Of course, they might have made mistakes, like demonetization, if you can call it a mistake. But this has made there is a lot of confidence in the Indian economy all around. We know about the target of 5 trillion economy, which the Prime Minister has talked about. And already India's economic growth is at 7%, is the highest among major economies. So we are going forward now. We have a lot of young entrepreneurs and even students who are here. I think these are exciting times. We should seize our opportunities wherever they are offered. And you are getting, the other day, I happened to travel to Kodamangalam, that side. There are so many small units, not small anymore, who are very successfully run. I was told the Synthite people, who are not a small group, they are very large. These are all groups who have really, with very little support from outside, they have shown everybody how successful their enterprises can be. I understand that the subject today is somewhat different in the sense that it's a leadership summit, and the motto of today's evening's function is elevate, endure, and excel. Well, I can really tell you about some. I have come across quite a few leaders, in government as well as outside. In campus, I have seen some extraordinary leaders or teachers who were true leaders, who showed me the exciting world of knowledge. There were others in government who led us, who are mass leaders. Like I can name of Mr. Karunakaran and Mr. Oommen Chandy straight away leap to my mind, under whom, especially with the latter, under whom I work very closely as Chief Secretary of the State. But I must confess that in the political class, I have seen leaders, but hardly any of them were leaders of thought. This is a problem which our polity faces. Kerala is an exciting state with a lot of potential among the youth. People are a lot of ideas. But somewhere all through my career in the state, I have felt whether the politicians and the bureau, myself also, and the government officials are failing in our duties to take the necessary steps. But then this is a challenge also which will slowly, because people are realizing that the world is changing, even if our political masters are the last to realize this. Then reform, again, in Kerala, from my experience, I can tell you, I have worked in some very large public sector undertakings in terms of Kerala's industrial scene. Some, like the Kerala Minerals and Metals, were huge loss-making units when I joined as managing director. And due to a quirk of fate, I was able to turn it around. Quirk of fate and some typical stubbornness, I was able to make it, put it on a profitable keel. But there were big failures too, where I scarcely escaped with my life to resounding slogans of "Nyangale kande aarum, amme kande marichittilla," and all. You know how the Kerala labor is. So it's a mixed bag on these things. But I feel times are changing. Now there's a lot of emphasis on knowledge economy. new techniques and methodologies are coming up, and I have no doubt that Kerala and Keralites are going to emerge stronger. I had occasion to, when you are talking of meeting leaders, I have an occasion to, as in my early days here in Thrissur in 1981-82, my mind goes back to 3 acquaintanceship I made at Tekinkad Maidan on several evenings. I used to go there very often, weekends when I came from Perindalmanna. One was C. Achuthaman, our former chief minister. There was K.R. Narayan, a diplomat par excellence, whom I used to see, who went on to become the President of India, I used to see him sit under that big tree there. Then there was Justice P.T. Raman Nair, who was an ICS officer, as many of you know, who went on to become the Chief Justice of Kerala. You must understand, in those days, the ICS officers, in fact, he was collector of Madurai before independence. Those ICS officers had the option of switching to judiciary those days. Those were heady days for the bureaucrats. Those were the days before the judges decided it is better to appoint themselves, as they are doing now. Anyway, so far as leadership is concerned, I have no specific things to tell you except that one should look at it. Adaptability is very important. The failure to stomach, the ability to stomach failures, unless you strive forward and make attempts, there is no way you're going to succeed. From the point of view of government, I have always felt that to reform an existing thing is a very difficult task. From my career itself, I had that what Machiavelli said in The Prince in 1620, his masterpiece, The Prince, where he says, to reform is an extremely dangerous activity, because those people who are going to lose, who are enjoying undue benefits as a part of the old setup, will instantly become your enemies. And those who will who will benefit out of the reforms will not come to your assistance because they have not seen any benefits yet. I'm sure this summit will have several interesting conclusions arrived at. I know the evening is full of excellent presentations from extremely successful people who have worked hard in each sector. I, along with all of you, would like to learn from these doyens of industry. And once again, I thank the organizers for calling me for this brief and inviting me to make this brief talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Again, reassuring words to the younger generation and sharing nuggets of wisdom from his own personal experience, reminding of the Darwinian tenet, not the strongest of the species, not the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change is the one that survives. So thank you again, sir. And now for the felicitation, a very familiar figure, armed with an MBBS degree and a master's in public health, along with a course on climate change and health from the University of Heidelberg, Germany. He serves as the director of Kerala Institute of Local Administration. He brings along with him his expertise in the areas of decentralization, local governance, institutional development, knowledge management, project management, and so forth. It is an absolute delight to invite the very assiduous Dr. Joy Elamon to take the lectern and offer felicitation. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Thanks once again for inviting me. But this time, I am not going to acknowledge, appreciate, congratulate the TMA, because that becomes repetition after repetition after repetition. Every time I do that, so I don't spend much time on what you have been doing and appreciating and all. You know what I meant. You have been doing a great work. That's why I am here also. I just take a couple of minutes only. First of all, felicitating this event. Second is actually about what potentials and possibilities are there, or what you can do as you discuss about the leadership. Especially I am interested in the emerging leadership, and I find the veterans as well as the youngsters here. So naturally I have to take a middle path. But then there are a few changes in the approach of the government with regard to entrepreneurship. In the usual terms in government recently, in the past, is about entrepreneurship, especially the small scale entrepreneurship is all about coming together as a group. And we have found a very easy option of getting it into Kudumbashree and getting 10 people together. Then you have an entrepreneurship and then enterprise, and then you go ahead. And there has been a kind of a paradigm shift in this approach. Entrepreneur is different from the labor and the laborer. Entrepreneurship is different from the employees. And entrepreneurship need not be kind of a group activity. It can be individuals also, or individuals of course. And the skills of an entrepreneur is totally different from the employee. So that is a major shift. As part of that, there have been, because I am naturally trying to talk more about the local economic development, where the local governments come into play, and the change in approach is actually about getting these local governments supporting and facilitating local economic development. And one of the aspects is of course about entrepreneurs and enterprises. And there, a few initiatives are there, or opportunities are there. This might not be applicable directly to you, but I have another interest or vested interest, if you can call it. See, one, as I said, unlike in the past, it is not about the BPL or the APL for an enterprise. Anybody is considered to be supported for starting an enterprise. So it is not the usual thing, sir knows. It is all about BPL, but for starting an enterprise, sometimes BPL is not the ideal person, an entrepreneur is the ideal person. So that is one major change which has happened. Second is actually, of course, support. Basically, it's about support. And where different kinds of support have been. One, of course, is the accessing technology. For an entrepreneur, emerging entrepreneur, the accessing technology is an option. So there will be a fund for accessing technologies. In fact, it is 5 lakhs from the Gram Panchayat, 10 lakhs from the Block Panchayat, and 15 lakhs from the District Panchayat for accessing technology from institutions like the Agriculture University or other enterprises which you can call it. Second one is also about technology upgradation funds, especially post-COVID. There are also various enterprises which are in trouble. So it is actually about technology upgradation and even crisis management fund. Those are also there. So these are some of the, and then the new thing is also about innovation fund and incubation fund. Because innovation in government, sir knows better, but in government I think is always, it's not easy for innovation. Status quo is the best thing for in government, and any innovation requires risk taking. In government, you cannot take risk. You need to, even though you don't do it, you are supposed to deliver. And you have to be successful. In such a case, there cannot be any innovation. But this time, the shift is actually about providing support for innovation. And of course, about the incubation. So these are some of the changes which have happened. and where I don't expect all of you to access these subsidies and other support, but what I would actually say as part of your corporate social responsibility, I won't even call it CSR always, not the typical Companies Act related, legislation related CSR, but anything which you are trying to do, support, which TMA has already been doing in various ways, is provide this knowledge to the emerging entrepreneurs at the local level for how to access this technology, how to actually prepare a DPR, because you cannot simply get, unlike in the past, you cannot simply get this subsidy. You have to have a DPR approved by technical agencies. But of course, this idea is, my proposal is that how can actually the TMA provide this kind of support to emerging entrepreneurs? That is one. Where, what kind of technology is available, where can you get it, how can you prepare a DPR, because there is specific support for accessing expertise for DPR preparation. So these are some of the kinds of changes where I would actually request TMA to jump in as usual and see at least a few places we support the emerging entrepreneurs to access these funds and move forward. So this is one part of the story. Second is actually about, there is another initiative again which is happening. It's also based on this knowledge economy and other things, is about OLOI. This is one local government, one idea. Some of these local governments have come up with problems, you can call it, or ideas which you can call it, and then they are seeking support for developing those solutions further. Sometimes they come up with, so around 60 or 70 local governments have already put in their ideas, and then various technical agencies, the academic institutions are, especially the engineering colleges and similar organizations, are trying to support them to have these solutions which are innovations in a way, and the panchayats or the local governments can actually be the place for incubation. And from there, some of them can actually develop themselves as startups and probably to the higher levels. So these are 2-3 options which I am just telling you, because what usually happens is there is a disconnect from the industry and the governments. And naturally, this kind of opportunities are not heard of, and you also would not have heard it before this. So that's why I wanted to bring this. This is the advantage of calling me once again. I can learn from you, and also I can tell some of these things which are happening. I mean, on the desks or on the tables or on the shelves, but which needs to be brought to the open. So thank you once again. As I said, as usual, TMA is one step ahead of all other management associations. If others are there, forgive me. I mean, this has been the word I always use. But then, as usual, I will also say that to take this further, I can be also part of it. The place where I am working, KILA Institute of Local Administration, can also be part of it. And then, at least in a few places, we emerge as champions for developing these enterprises at the local level, ensuring local economic development. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Drawing the line between entrepreneurship and other such professions associated with entrepreneurial spirit, he gave some suggestions and recommendations for TMA to consider. So thank you again, sir. And now may we have on stage the president of TMA once again, CA Job. If you could please come up on stage, sir. And we request our chief guest, our guests of honor, to be kind enough to accept a little something as a thank you from our end. Can we have the pleasure of once again having Shri P.R. Seshadri on stage? Thank you for joining us, sir. He had specifically mentioned how the corporate social responsibility projects are making an impact. are making an impact, a tangible impact. Thank you again. Thrissur serves to act as a bridge between different spaces. So your words were also impactful, sir. Thank you very much. And now may we have on stage one more time Shri E.K. Bharat Bhushan, IAS. Thank you for joining us this evening, sir. For noting how leaders have to specifically be leaders of thought and how it is important to stomach failure. It's not about never falling, it's about getting up every time you fall and persisting. Thank you, sir. Dr. Joy Elamon, if we could once again have you up here on stage. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience, a reservoir of experience from the local administration world. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And to mark the conclusion of the inaugural ceremony, as we say, every finish line is the beginning of a new race. We will also have a vote of thanks that will represent the closing of the inaugural ceremony, but the beginning of the technical session. In order to propose the vote of thanks, can we have on stage CMA Madhu AP, Honorary Secretary TMA, yet another diligent professional, if you could come up on stage, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, past presidents, MC members, other invitees, students, and my dear friends. One good evening to all of you. As we are running on time, I'm straightaway entering into my duty of expressing our sincere gratitude to all who have supported this wonderful conference. Today, we heard a wonderful inaugural address. So, in spite of the busy schedule, he was here on time. So, let me take this opportunity to express our gratitude to Sri P.R. Seshadri, sir. Thank you very much for your presence and wonderful speech. Next, we have E.K. Bharat Bhushan, sir, as guest of honor. I take this opportunity to express sincere gratitude, sir. Thank you very much for your presence and wonderful speech. For felicitation, we have Joy Elamon, sir. Thank you for a wonderful speech, sir, and your presence. Thank you very much. We have our patron, VP Nandakumar, sir. Today's first session is being handled by Nandakumar, sir, chaired by T.S. Andraman, sir. Thank you for your presence, sir. And second session is our immediate past president and MD and CEO of ESAF, Paul Thomas, sir, is here. Thank you very much for your presence. And Anand Menon, sir, for chairing the session. Thank you. Today, you know that the conference success depends upon the participants. We have almost all the participants registered here. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you. And we have, without sponsors, we are not able to make this conference a success. I express sincere gratitude to our sponsors, principal sponsors at South Indian Bank, Manappuram Finance, ESAF, Yog Loans, Intel Money, Customer Term Finance, Kalyan Jewellers, Kalyan Silks, Bajaj Alliance, and Allied Foods. And we have our Rajesh Kalyan Raman is here. Thank you for accepting the invitation and be here. Thank you for your presence, sir. Thank you. And our students, volunteers are here. So once again, I thank them and I thank all of you for your presence. Thank you very much. And our media is here for covering this particular event. So thank you for your presence. And last but not least, thank you all for coming out here and supporting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. This is a huge team putting together a momentous evening. Thank you. With this, we pull down the curtains on the inaugural ceremony, and we are all set to pull up the curtains on the technical session. Before we start off the conversation, I would like to just remind you that we would like to take questions, clarifications, but it will be all in a documented format. We have the every now and then we do say make some noise, but this is not the noise that we were talking about. So as I was saying, your responses, your feedback is valuable. So please do note down your questions on the notepad, and the chits will be handed over to the chairman, and the chairman of the session will be posing the question to the speaker. അപ്പോൾ അത് മാത്രം ഒന്ന് ഓർമ്മിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. നമ്മൾ ഓവർ മൈക്ക് ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ഒഴിവാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് ചിറ്റുകളിൽ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ എഴുതി ആ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ചെയറിലേക്ക് കൈമാറുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹം പിന്നീട് സ്പീക്കറോട് ആ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കുന്നു എന്ന രീതിയിലാണ് ഒരുക്കിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. So please do remember to make use of that segment. Now, having said that, we are ready to begin the first technical session of this evening. Agri entrepreneurship, opportunities and challenges will be the premise for dialogue. As is very popularly said, we might need the service of a doctor or an engineer, an architect a couple of times in our life, but we need the help of a farmer 3 times a day, every day, all our life. So the value of agriculture cannot be overemphasized, and therefore we start off with a pertinent topic. We have an illustrious speaker and an equally eminent chair. Let me first introduce and invite the chair onto the stage. An investment consultant with 3 decades of experience in the Indian capital markets and banking. Formerly the chairman of Catholic Syrian Bank. Presently the chairman of Leo Pharma Group of companies based in Thrissur and Kochi. He has held several positions of prominence, has been the director of several listed companies including the Manappuram Finance Limited, the Eastern Threads Limited. He has served as the United Nations expert with International Labour Office and has also put down his thoughts and ideas into books. Some of those have been the best-selling ones, including the work called Stock Market Wisdom. It is an absolute delight to invite on stage the distinguished Shri T.S. Anantharaman to serve as the chair for the session. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Good evening and welcome, sir. A doyen in the field, joined by yet another doyen in the field himself. The story of Manappuram on video begins with a quote, "From a small seed a mighty trunk may grow." I think no other saying will encapsulate what Manappuram stands for. Started off as a modest money lending enterprise in Valapad, and now it has grown into a leading NBFC with 5,200 branches spread across the country. The leader brings his own brand of vision, taking the company into multiple options like microfinance, home loans, vehicle finance, SME, personal loans, and of course, a large chunk of the business now comes from the non-gold businesses. Today, the Business World magazine has profiled him as one of India's most valuable CEOs. The Economic Times published the ET 500 list of top wealth creators of 2019, with Manappuram taking the chart topper lead. Manappuram Foundation, of course, does path-breaking work in order to make the world a better place to live in. He continues to bring his wisdom to several organizations, including as the International Director of Lions Clubs International, and he was also appointed as the Board of Governors of the IIM Kozhikode. The list goes on. I think it is only right that I invite him on stage because he is a brand himself. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting before you the Managing Director and CEO of Manappuram Finance Limited, Shri VP Nandakumar. Namaskaram, sir, and welcome. Would you like to offer the introductory remarks?
Esteemed President of TMA, my good friend CA Job, the coordinator, Mr. Manoj Kumar CA, distinguished leaders from all over, all parts of Kerala, invited guests, friends. I'm really delighted to participate in this function, and let me thank the organizers for giving me this great opportunity. Probably you may be surprised what an accountant, financial specialist, and an icon of NBFC and banking sector in India doing a session on agricultural entrepreneurship opportunities. But the reality is, I was born and brought up in a farm. My parents were farmers. Of course, I had to leave the farming for lack of opportunities for greener pastures. But at heart, that farming still lies. I would leave it to Nandakumar to say how he's so passionate about farming. That is true of most of the big majority of Indians, I think, because we are mostly a farming country, and every politician or policy maker talks about helping farming all the time, but my personal experience is that they do precious little on that, leaving farming to a sort of a subsistence level. This has to change, because as every one of us knows, the majority of Indians still live on farming. And unless their lot improves, the aspiration of India to become a developed country cannot really happen. I'm very sorry to say that agriculture in India is still in it, I wouldn't say primitive, but still completely outdated. The reason I'm telling you is, I had the opportunity to work in the Southern Africa in the 1970s as part of my United Nations job. In South Africa, when I used to travel, I could see huge silos, drip irrigation, and all modern facilities in the 1970s. That's how they developed their agriculture. I don't see them in India even today. That is a reality, whether we like it or not. But certainly, from those days, there's a lot of change now. I distinctly remember reading in the newspaper in 1965 when Mrs. Gandhi, because of a big drought in India, went to US begging for food, and the American newspapers wrote in headlines that Mrs. Gandhi back for begging or something like that. From that stage, today, India is the second largest producer of food grains. And last year, we exported $53 billion worth of food grains. And a few weeks back, when this Gulf crisis and others came and India wanted to reduce our export, there was a hue and cry from the world that please don't do it, we need your grains. To that extent, we have certainly changed. So definitely there's improvement, but still a very long way to go. When iconic leaders, pioneers like Nandakumar talks about his passion in agriculture, I'm sure things are going to change. 2 days back in the newspaper I read, Mr. V.P. Sharma, who is the chairman of Commission for Agriculture at the Ministry of Agriculture, central government, he said, out of the investment in agriculture in India, even today, 82% is from the farming households, 82%. 16% is from the public sector, and only 2% of the investment in agriculture comes from the corporate sector. This has to change. I hope it will change. Seminars like this, bringing attention to this very important aspect of agriculture, I'm sure will change the landscape of agriculture and bring it into sharper focus in the minds of the corporate sector as well. Persons like Nandakumar would definitely make a difference, and I don't want to stand in the way between you and Nandakumar. As already explained, Mr. Nandakumar will make his presentation. I'm sure some of you would have some questions to ask. Please write them and send them over to me. Depending upon availability of time, you will get those questions answered. Thank you very much, and let me invite Mr. Nandakumar to make his presentation. Thank you.
So the subject which I am talking is a subject.
the organic way, and even the pesticides are prepared there, manufactured there. Even every product like dung is converted into organic fertilizer. Even urine is converted into one as pesticide, and other as organic manure. Yeah, these are some of these things, some of the activities which are undertaken. Next. So, yeah, next. Next. So this is 100% organic farming. I tried to make it maximum eco-friendly, and the rainwater is completely harvested. So if I get around 6 hours of continuous rain, I am able to store around few billions of rainwater. One through tanks, and whatever is the surplus, it is pushed to the subsoil so that the water retention is there, because so many cows are there, so many other activities are there, and also for watering the plants. So something what is very invaluable for me, really very expensive would be otherwise, is water preservation. Yes. Then this one challenge, everybody know, one challenge the farmers face is, they are not able to get value because they are not able to convert that as value-added products. So I convert whatever I grow or I get as the harvest into various value-added products, which I have distributed to the TMA executives. Next. Next. Is it repeating again and again? What is going wrong? Yeah. These are the things. So, the goats are there, buffaloes are there. So, the cost is very high, because when you do things in an organic way, it has its own cost escalation as far as the feed, everything, these things are concerned. Next. So I tried to make maximum eco-friendly. Next. So this is in one rain of 6 hours continuously, I am able to store in these water tanks. I have, in my farm, I have several water tanks like this with a capacity of around 100,000, 150,000 to 200,000 liters of capacity. And these are mainly utilized, and I have ponds. These are whatever is the surplus, these are pumped into the ponds, then taken to the subsoil through various subsoil filling mechanisms. Next. So these are there. You see the coconut pith. These are spread where these chicks are reared, and that is being converted into fertilizer for a period of time. After a few days, these are some of the products we sell. This is again the leaves, fallen leaves in the farm. That these are also collected and mixed with in the proportion what is required to make the manure for various plants. Next. So we try to avoid the feeds are prepared there itself for for all birds, cows, etc., etc. So these are how these are done. It is not been fully automated. If fully automated, there will be further economy in its processing, because the requirement is not that high. So there are challenges in full automation. Mr. Ananthamenon may be looking at, because he is an expert in that. Yes. This several value-added products we prepare, like ghee, paneer, so many other things. These are some of the pictures. We don't achieve the economy of scale. That is a big challenge, because the raw materials are limited. Those challenges still exist. Next. These are some of the products we are marketing. Yeah. So a major part of the raw materials are produced by us. Yeah. A major part, more than 50%, 60, around 60%. Next. So this is the circular economy. Yeah, we start and end with almost nil waste. Everything is converted into various products of value. Like, for example, one example I will tell you: coconutry. Yes, the husk. These are converted into. These are the pith is taken. Even the leaves are crushed and also used as the bed for the birds. Then the excreta is used, and these excreta with all these are again processed and converted into manure. Similarly, the cows, the dung is converted, the urine again is concentrated, etc. And these are again used both as pesticide as well as for farming. So that there is no waste. Next. So this is what I do as a passion. So if that is scaled up as an industry, I do admit that that has not been scaled, but the products are sold and completely organic. Even the testimonials of organic the farming, that has not been yet done, even though we do like that. As I said, the prime driver for me is one, how a circular economy can work. That's the second thing, the food security, how in a small way this can be addressed, how the value-added products can be made, how and again the possibilities of for the young people to enter into the field, and once these are improved, automated, etc. There is a good scope to make it very profitable and make it a profession, occupation for many of the youngsters. And this, I feel like this is the need of the hour. And more I will answer if you have any queries. And you are all welcome to visit my farm. And I really take pride and happy that I could show what is being done, which you can try for improvement.
Thank you, Nandakumar. That was a very, very refreshing change from the normal seminars and workshops that we have. We always talk about business, finance, banking, management and all. Now here is a very core area of economic activity of our country, that is agriculture. And when a person like Nandakumar enters it, you can see the result. Let me kick off the questions with one question from my side. When did you start this and is it profitable?
So I had a passion for agriculture when my early childhood. So I used to do something parallelly all throughout my life. Then value I was trying to do a circular economy during this COVID days when our social life was otherwise blocked. Then again food processing, etc. So the question whether this has become economically sustainable, I think it can be made economically sustainable, but for me it will take some more time. So I'm trying my level best to see that this is made profitable at the earliest.
The other thing that comes to my mind is, what is the government's approach, attitudes, and that of the policymakers? Do you think they're playing an enabling role, or are they playing a sort of a restrictive type of approach from the government side in the form of land ceiling and restrictions and things like that? What would be your view on that?
So actually, I don't look at the promotional role from the government for my activity, because the activity is not that large. But what I could see is, many issues, particularly from local body. I told the industry minister, Rajiv also, when I met him last week in the airport. So submitting an application for construction of the premises for the small space, these units at a small scale level, even though he said that something has started as K-Smart or something, where you can apply for the license and you will get it permission and you will get it in 30 seconds. This is what I have told. Even I have tried, but I couldn't get. So Mr. Ajiv was told, yes, you try, if that is there, we will come, because I happen to be the co-chairman of FICCI. Under the auspices of FICCI, we will have a discussion. There are many challenges in getting approvals. For sending to them. First of all, the officers visiting this, getting them here has become very difficult. Some practical problem. On the other day, one of the former ministers who is presently an MLA, he was telling, in the last PWD engineers recruitment, 68% of them were women. So it is gender, it has become very much in favor of women. But the problem, that is good, that is, even in IIM Kozhikode, which I am on the board, is taking pride of having almost a gender balance there, bringing gender balance there, etc., etc. But here the problem is, most of the engineers there at the local body panchayat level, they are women, and many leave, and the substitute is not posted on time. Then many of them are trying to get applied for leave, etc., etc. These are their actual days of work. At least in my panchayat, I couldn't appreciate that. So it takes a lot of time, whether it is ease of doing business or otherwise, that is up to our judgment.
Questions are pouring in. Let me quickly address some of them. There's a question from Mr. Nandakumar. In Kerala, we have so many limitations in making farming an economically viable occupation. Scarcity of land, huge labor cost, attitude of the government towards farmers. How do you think things could be improved for the better?
So, one big challenge here is the land ceiling, the land availability, the cost of land, cost of availability of labor. These are all big challenges we all know. So unless there are changes in the need of the hour from changing times, the governments will have to bring in legislative changes, liberalize many things. Otherwise, these problems will persist.
That's right. Actually, there is a question to me as well, saying that late Arun Jaitley, former FM, stated that we will double the income of farmers in 5 years. But after 7 years of budget pronouncements, we all know that the farmers of India have not been much better off. Where have we to improve to attain the dream envisioned? That, I think, still remains a dream. But as a person with a lot of farming background, what I can tell you is things seem to be definitely improving compared to what it used to be in terms of pricing, in terms of availability of credit, in terms of marketing help. I think there's definitely improvement due to lack of time. I'm not going further, otherwise I have some very interesting episodes to narrate. Let me see how the time goes. There's a question here, Mr. Nandakumar, on how much capital is invested excluding land. Would you like to take that question? How much capital?
So far, I would have, excluding land, I would have invested some 30 crores so far.
That's a pretty substantial amount, yes. There's a question from Celine George. You have stated that your products are organic. Have you taken any organic certificate for your product? Farming or cultivation of vegetable, is it profitable or economical? Have you taken organic certificate for your product, and is it a profitable activity?
See, it's organic. When we do completely organic, there is a big challenge. And when we produce the feeds, everything on our own, this also, because the scale we are not achieved, so the cost of production will be there, and we are not able to get a premium for that now. So your question on whether the certification for organic products is taken, that I have already told. I am so far no, but I intend to do. I am in the process of submitting application for that. But what is more important here is whether the community, I am living in a village, there the local community, would they be able to pay? In cities, may be possible.
That's right. Do you have any plan for millet cultivation? Have you already started that? There's a question from another Mr. Nandakumar Alat.
Yeah, I plan to do. I have some paddy fields and other things. I plan to do that in this forthcoming season.
Good. There's a very interesting question here. How technology can influence agricultural entrepreneurship, and how it can help youngsters in their career. Combined to that is, how can we leverage and foster entrepreneurship mindset of women for their successful participation in agribusiness? That's an interesting question.
This is what I have told in my opening remarks. I have seen somebody developing a drone which can spray pesticides, even selecting the plant. So even the extent, everything. So what is helping is definitely the new technology, particularly generative artificial intelligence, etc., is playing a role with a new age technology, both the information technology level, digitalization, as well as in farming technology, many things would change. So the youngsters should come, highly qualified people should come. The people are available in plenty. So our universities, veterinary university or agricultural universities are producing brilliant graduates. This is my impression. But they should be encouraged, and it is up to the government to find out how the encouragement can be given.
Actually, the agricultural university here has a program on agri-business management. I'm sure those graduates will make a marked difference in the agricultural scenario in the days to come. There's a parallel question here. How do the small farmers whose primary income is farming, how can they afford modern technology and get a return on investment? That's a very important question which affects all of us.
No, this is what is intended through group farming. But how far it is working in Kerala, other than some coal fields, paddy fields, etc., or the many things like that, what is available in our coal padam, these can be worked out for other things also. That is possible with the help of cooperative movement here, which is very strong. That is possible. Something what we fund from our CSR here. Dr. Vijayan, who is a very well-known environmentalist, he is doing something there in Melangalur. He has adopted that village and doing farming, including pisciculture, fish culture, everything, conversion, everything. And including millets, from our CSR, we regularly fund him. So what he has said is, he could make it almost achieve a point of break-even. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Dr.
very interesting.
Vijayan is a very well-known environmentalist. So he is doing it in Panchayat, Velangalur Panchayat. So I have gone there. So in the ponds, the fishes, inland fishes are cultivated, and a rice of many varieties. Even even without paddy fields, on the other plot also, he is growing paddy and other millets, which is a demonstration of this can be done.
Yeah, I think there is hope for future. Here is a question on intermediaries take most of the margins and cost of capital for farmer is comparatively very high. Is this a deterrent to technology adoption? How do you think we can change this?
See, the person who has developed this drone has started with some 25,000. Only after developing the miniature of that, this has been demonstrated to a few banks, and they started funding. He got some major capital funding, etc., etc. So many things are happening. Even in small steps, we can find out. So what is needed is the interest and innovative mind. What Keralites, I feel, generally have, only that has to be nurtured. And in Christ College, I have told the Christ College, because I am an alumnus there, they are going to have a small venture capital fund. In IAM Kozhikode, there is a venture capital fund. In Christ College, with that small venture capital fund, they are planning to fund this agri-entrepreneurship?
No, on this question, I'll tell you a small example experience I myself had. I have a farm very nearby in a place called Pumala. When I went there, there was a big mango tree, huge tree. I couldn't see the leaves, it was full of mangoes. So I asked the supervisor, why have you not taken the mangoes and sold it? His answer was, he understands a bit of accounting he has learned from me. He said, sir, I will tell you the figures in a minute. He quickly charted out. He said, the cost of bringing the mangoes down, 2 people for 1 or 2 days, so much. Collecting it, taking it to the market in a vehicle. If I do all these things, when I sell it, Sami will have to give me only about 1,000 rupees. That means bringing the mangoes and selling in the market, I will have to give him 1,000 rupees for meeting the expenses. This has to change. I mean, that's the real situation.
The fruits like avocado, similarly dragon fruits, these are successfully cultivated in my farm. Are now being imported. Yeah, this can be done.
There's a question from Mr. Chandran. Does the agriculturist have a say in fixing the price of agricultural products? Does the government support agriculture in pricing the agricultural products? Do we have a say?
So I have not looked into that at all. I heard that many schemes are there, the support price is there, etc. So, so as I have not done, I have not utilized that, I am not in a position to answer, but we have the experts here. Some of you would be able to answer your question.
From a message from Advocate Sunny Matthew, he says, if you are planting rambutan, mangosteen, and a few other things, fruits of hybrid varieties, I think you can make a profit also.
Yeah. Now there are many varieties of hybrid plants.
Yeah.
For example, what we do here, this jackfruit from Vietnam, this thing, etc. Yes. In 1 year, 18 months of planting, you get the fruits and you get the fruits the 365 days. So many of these varieties are also coming in through import or being developed by our premier institutions. So this scenario is fast changing.
Yeah. It's a question from Srikanth. He has prefaced it saying this is not a political question. Why were the farm bills withdrawn? Were the bills opposed by individual small farmers or corporate farmers or middlemen or the sellers or the consuming public? Were the bills progressive or regressive? Did India lose out a big chance on agricultural growth?
So it is up to the policy makers. I am not in a position to answer. But many progressive measures I could see they are happening and many are in the offing. So a lot of things are happening, particularly by research institutions.
No, not giving a political answer, I certainly feel those bills were very, very well drafted and in the interest of the country. And farmers are tied to their small village or the town, the freedom of movement and so many things that the bill envisaged. I don't know whether most of the people who objected have read those bills, downloaded from the system and read it. I have done it and I can tell you that was in the best interest of the country. The farmers lost a great opportunity of coming out and becoming successful. I mean, that's my take, not the political take. There's a question from Suresh Babu. Have you tried Israel method of hybrid farming? Why are we reluctant to adopt the Israel technologies in farming, which is highly productive with minimum space and water? Are you familiar with Israel technologies?
No, I am trying that.
Yes.
The high-tech farming also I have done. And also, as I am interested, I have visited Israel. wants to study water management. When I was the CAA chair of Kerala, I was in the delegation to Israel. We have been there with water management experts in India. We have studied many things there. And there also, somebody who was actually helping the farmers there is from India, Jain, yes. They are associated. And I am about to go for another delegation to Israel to study about agriculture, but by that time the war erupted and that is disrupted.
Hopefully you will go after that and give us a lecture, because that's a country worth emulating. So a question from Radish: groundwater recharging in a coastal area like Walapad area where water table is high is quite challenging. How could you manage this without? Yeah, how could you manage this?
See, my farms are not only in Leopard, this side also, where water scarcity is there. So, one thing what I have seen in one of my relatives' very large venture in Kerala, he has actually excavated, he bought a large plot. I can tell you where it is really a wonder for me. So then he has excavated, then leveled the other part. He laid a filament where the entire water is stored. Now in a rain he can, so many trillions of liters of water is stored in a rain, and even there is boating there. So that was completely a barren land in Palakkad, very reputed institution. So the water, similarly, for me also, through this water conservation, I am able to preserve some of the subsoil water for some time, and through the other water tanks, some of you have seen that to the water requirement to a great extent. We could match the requirement, and also through this drip irrigation and other things, we are further trying to improve upon the optimum water usage.
There are lots of questions. I can see the interest of the audience. There's a question from KAU students. I'll take that one and we'll complete the session. What are promising opportunities for entrepreneurs in agribusiness sector today? Will technological education be a potential disparity, be a potential obstacle to achieve more agripreneurs? What are financial support government or bank gives for the support of these agripreneurs?
What I feel is we need not look at the support, government support, etc., etc. It may come. That will be of great assistance. But what we should look at is, if something gives you passion, start doing that and innovate on value, bringing value-added products, and upgrade the value addition, or continuously working on that. So I have met a girl who has graduated from ACMS when I was in Trivandrum. She has come to me and told yes. So she told she runs around 8 outlets in Trivandrum. Her product is completely out of banana. We have several such people who should be actually brought by the TMA here and present, because they will share their experience. So for me, as I told at the beginning, I am neither an expert in agriculture nor an expert in food processing. I do something out of my passion and my determination to do something as for the food security in the way what I could do.
When Nandakumar's passion reaches agriculture, I'm sure agriculture is in for very good times. The response from audience was so wonderful. I should appreciate the organizers for arranging a topic like this. Probably the first time in TMA history we are talking about agriculture, and I hope it will not be the last, looking at the interest. Thank you very much for your tremendous response. Let us complete this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs. May I request the chair?
Thank you, Nandakumar, for answering all the questions with patience. You are not a farmer, but whatever field you go, you will excel, and that field also will gain. Thank you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity of being heard. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs. I request the chair to present an assortment as a thank you to our speaker. Thank you, sir. Thank you for bringing in your knowledge and experience with respect to farming, and for also taking the time to systematically answer the questions posed to you. And may we request Engineer M.R. Gopalakrishnan, sir, I request you to stay back. May I request Engineer M.R. Gopalakrishnan, the past president of TMA, to express thank you to our chair here for setting the context for deliberating on a very important topic, giving us the example of the mango tree and shedding light on some ground realities. Thank you, sirs. Our speaker had mentioned the circular form of agriculture, making use of every bit, the reusing and the recycling aspect. Probably from there we can segue into the next session. മഞ്ഞും വേണം, മഴയും വേണം, വെയിലും വേണം, ലാവും വേണം, പൂവും വേണം, പുഴുവും വേണം, ഞാനും വേണം പാരിന് എന്ന് കുഞ്ഞുണ്ണി മാഷ് പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഇൻക്ലൂസീവ് ഫിലോസഫിയെക്കുറിച്ച് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഏറ്റവും ലളിതമായി പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്ന വാക്കുകൾ അത് തന്നെയാണ്. ഇൻക്ലൂസീവ് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ്, കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവ്, ദ വേ ഹെഡ് എന്ന വിഷയത്തെക്കുറിച്ചാണ് ഇനി അടുത്ത സംഭാഷണം. In order to lead us through this session, may we have on stage our chair for the segment. He brings with him 45 years of experience in vegetable oil processing, animal feed manufacturing, milk and ice cream processing. He was the chief general manager of KSC Limited. Today, KSC is the largest cattle feed manufacturer in India and the largest processor, solvent extraction of coconut cake in India. Under his stewardship, the company's turnover had a booming jump from rupees 2 crores to rupees 1,400 crores. It is an absolute delight to invite on stage the much respected and venerated engineer Anand Menon P. A veteran in the field, we have engineer Anand Menon P on stage to drive the conversation. Welcome, sir. And our speaker for the session, good evening to you. With the permission of the moderator, let me invite the speaker, introduce and invite the speaker. The story of ESAF is enviable, to say the least. What started off in 1992 as a non-profit society in order to help organize women in the neighborhood into self-help groups. Today, ESAF is a name to reckon with, is a force to reckon with, a member of the World Fair Trade Organization. Under ESAF Enterprises is ESAF Small Finance Bank, which now has a pan-India presence reaching out to 6.8 million users. Today, ESAF Small Finance Bank is the first Indian bank to become a member of the Global Alliance for Banking on Values, and has in fact been reckoned as a rising brand of Asia 2021-22, instituted by the Mark Asia. It has also received an honorable mention in the Global SME Finance Awards 2021, organized by the International Finance Corporation. Helming the ESAF Small Finance Bank is, of course, in the managerial position, Managing Director and CEO, Mr. K. Paul Thomas. Hearty welcome, sir. A leader exemplar, to say the least, who fervently advocates the socio-economic transformation through financial inclusion. Namaste, sirs, and over to the chair.
President of TMA, Chartered Accountant Geo Job, past presidents, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure to be here this evening and share the platform with the one and only Paul Thomas, who is God's own man from God's own country to the people of Northeast of India. I am indeed happy that today the topic which is given to Mr. Paul Thomas this session is on inclusive development, a corporate perspective. I'll start with an example of inclusive development, an example of a cross-corporate perspective from a place not too far away from Thrissur. It's in Iriyalakuda, where I was associated for over 39 years. A couple of oil millers, very passionate, wanted to give the right price for their product, coconut oil. And the oil millers were exploited by the traders of Bombay. It was a great struggle. I'm talking about 1972 to raise funds. Now things have changed. These oil millers, with the help of IFCI and KSIDC, managed to put up a small solvent extraction plant in 1972. They knew that the company has to grow and only then they will also profit. So they got professional expertise from outside. And slowly but steadily, this company became the largest cattle feed manufacturer in India and also the largest processor of solvent extraction of copra cake in India. It was run professionally with total transparency and the management was very ethical. And over the years, the company grew and got listed in 1994. We adopted best technologies and most modern systems and kept continuously improving the company. But what I am here to talk to you is not about the company, but about what inclusive development our management did to Iriyalakuda. I believe what Tatas have done to Jamshedpur, KSC Limited has done to Iriyalakuda. I'll give examples. Company has a policy, they recruited people only within 5 square kilometers of the company. So every individual who was working in the company was known to us, all the family, every member was known to us. The company also had a special policy. Those days housing loans were available at an interest rate of 12 to 15% or even around that. So company said whatever interest, half the percentage will be paid by the company, and the company stood guarantee. And soon everyone had a house. All employees of the company had a house. That gave freedom for the people to be a part of the company. The company had a very strong welfare society, which half the members were union office bearers. We had strong unions. We had 4 unions of all denominations, but we could manage to run this factory for 30 years without strike. The company also started paying dividend, and we have paid dividend from 100% up to a maximum of 1000%, because the management said we should expand, put it back, but we should also support the shareholders. 60% of the shareholders of KSC Limited are from Iriyalakuda. So the money which is paid back to as dividend is spent in the town. The company also has a monthly payout by way of salary of about 1.7 crores. They have 300 workers on regular roles and about 100 contract workers. And the company spends around 1 crore on CSR activities every year. Every educational institution and government hospital or the police station, Mr. Chandran is here. He was in the Yalakoda police station as a DYSP many years ago. So every institution has benefited from the KSE CSR funds. We have also inclusive development means helping out. There is a famous Kudalmanikam temple in Iriyalagada where there are 4 massive ponds, one inside the temple for private use and 3 outside for public use. One of the ponds was in total disuse for many years. The company took up this project, cleaned it and rebuilt it at a cost of 35 lakhs. And the water table around that area has gone up by 3 feet and the people have benefited much. The company also has a public library, a reading room and a youth development center where programs are conducted every month. I believe KSE Limited has given a lot of prosperity to Iriyalagada by way of inclusive development, giving fair opportunities to people from all segments, because all recruitments were without bias, and that was one reason we did not have any strike for 30 years. KSE has since inception integrated social responsibility as a part of its game plan. And I believe that inclusive development, a corporate perspective, KSE Limited is a classic example. Coming to our speaker, Paul Thomas, the founder of ESAF Group of Social Enterprises, which includes ESAF's Small Finance Bank. He operates the bank formed in 2017 in 21 states and 2 union territories with 700 banking outlets and has 6.98 million customers. Most of you know that. But it was founded in 1972 as a non-profit organization by organizing neighborhood women into self-help group. Since inception, ESAF has helped to promote socio-economic transformations in some of the most backward regions of India through intervention in financial inclusion, livelihood generation, and empowerment of the marginalized people. Sri Paul Thomas is an avid supporter of sustainable development, climate change, and democratic governance. He is an ardent advocate of servant leadership and bottom-up governance. Under his leadership, he has acquired membership in several international organizations, World Trade Fair Organization, and they are the members of a Global Alliance for Banking Values, GABV. ESAF is the first GABV, which GABV is a worldwide independent network of banks using finance to deliver sustainable economic, social, and environmental development. Mr. Paul Thomas is a man driven by a missionary zeal for inclusive development and upliftment for the underprivileged. And his passion has been this for the past several odd years. He has got many recognitions and accolades. Most of you know that in India and at national level and international level. and I shall mention only a few of them. The Scotch Award for Financial Inclusion, the Karma Ratna Award for exemplary contribution to Kerala society, the Entrepreneur of the Year Award by TIE Kerala, the CEO with HR Orientation Award at the World HRD Congress in 2022, Atal Pension Yojana for the best performing MD and CEO for 3 consecutive years, and Code Management Association's Leadership Award 2027. He was the chair of CII Kerala chapter and is a board member of various institutions. He holds a master's degree in administration from Annamalai University. Sri Paul Thomas has transformed the concept of banking and brought it to the poorest of the poor by giving them not only livelihood but also hope for their future generations to aspire and achieve bigger results. Ladies and gentlemen, Sri Paul Thomas has created teamworks to carry out his work of inclusive development through the company which he has built from scratch, and is serving all other businesses also through rural banking system very unique to ESAF. I have very great pleasure to introduce Sri Paul Thomas, who strives in fighting the partiality of prosperity. I really like that, the partiality of prosperity. That is a thing which is very dear to Paul Thomas, because of course prosperity should be there, but there is a lot of partiality in prosperity. He is trying to equalize this. Let us listen to Mr. Paul Thomas, who is an icon and a living legend, and then let's have the questions. Thank you.
Good evening. Today's chief guest, Mr. P.R. Seshadri, MD and CEO of South Indian Bank, and Sri Nandakumar sir, session chair Ann Menon, and all the past presidents, president of TMA CA Geo Job, and let me first of all congratulate Geo and team for Manoj and everyone at the TMA leadership for conceptualizing this idea of having a Thrissur Leadership Summit. Thrissur, maybe after this TMA, but I believe that in few years this will become a great event in the coming years. And every year people from all over India will look forward to attend. So we heard from the inaugural speaker, from the previous session, all about inclusive development. They all touched upon about inclusive development. And for Nandakumar sir, agriculture is his passion, and he spoke up from his passion. Even though agriculture is also my passion, but inclusive development, if I weigh between agriculture and inclusive development, inclusive development is my main passion. When we focus, when we build institutions based on our passion, that will be a great institution. That's I'm sure in few years, Manappuram will be a great model in agriculture, great business model in agriculture, because it was started from the passion of the founder, Sri Nandakumar. Likewise, inclusive development was my passion. That is why I am standing before you today. I will be sharing, I'm not an academician, I'm a pure practitioner. Whatever my learnings in the last 3 decades, I will just touch upon. I have a presentation, so I will touch upon. Mostly, please don't think that I'm using TMA platform to market ESAF, but it is without ESAF I cannot tell the inclusive development experience which I have. So inclusive development for the last almost 10 years, every Indian knows about inclusive development. After Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched his campaign on Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas from 2014 onwards. So inclusive development is a theme for the government. So inclusive development is equitable, thinking about equitable growth, thinking about everyone in the society. So taking everyone along with us. So that thought process is inclusive development. And so for inclusive development, whether there is a business opportunity for, if we focus on inclusive development, I would say there is a great business opportunity. So when everyone of the society improves, become prosper, so there is a lot of business opportunity will arise. So for ESAF itself, we focused on building up. We considered it as a business opportunity to provide financial services to the unbanked and underbanked segments. So, and once these people, I've seen in some of the remote places when I visit by branches, the neighboring shop owners will come and tell me, sir, the branch team may tell that MD is coming, they may shift the branch and all. So all the shop owners will come and meet me. So please don't shift the branch. Whatever your requirement, we will provide. The reason is because of the micro loans which we are giving. Lot of the other small stores, everyone is getting business because part of the loan, even though it is meant for income generation loan, a part of it is spent for consumption purpose. So there is now India, why all foreign companies, foreign institutions are coming to all big brands, global brands are even coming to small towns of India. Because as the purchasing capacity of the people increase, because yesterday I read an article, there will be by 2027, there will be I think 10 crore, 100 million people who have the capacity to buy anything. So that means all big brands will come, investors will come. So there is a big opportunity if we focus on inclusive development. So it is not charity, it is not social service. For the interest of the business, we have to, if we think about the local community, like KSC thought about Irinyalakuda, like Manappuram thought about Valappad, if every company, every corporate thought about their own neighborhood, we will be able to build an inclusive society. So always think about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. So the world we live today, so the world inequality is a very global problem. That is why we captured a slogan, fighting the partiality of prosperity. സമൃദ്ധിയുടെ പക്ഷപാതിത്വത്തിനെതിരായിട്ടുള്ള പോരാട്ടം. സമൃദ്ധിയുടെ പക്ഷപാതിത്വം എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാണ്. There is partiality of prosperity is a reality. World's richest 1% have more than twice as much wealth as 6.9 billion people. Come to India. These are all every year there is a inequality survey. Come to India, richest 10% of population have controlled 77.4% of the national wealth. The poorest or the bottom of the 60% have only 4.7% wealth under their control. So people think that at the bottom, at the top, the 10% think that I can do anything. We can accumulate wealth. Instead of just not caring about the other people, they cannot live peacefully. That is why, recognizing this fact, in 2006, when Nobel Committee considered Professor Muhammad Yunus for a Nobel Award, instead of a Nobel Award for economics, they awarded a Nobel Peace Prize to him. Because when the bottom of the pyramid, people at the bottom of the pyramid, at the bottom, when they get access to finance, when they get livelihood opportunities, there will be peace in the society. They will not get into crime.
So even many police officers have told me, wherever we have work, because people get into jobs, there is no idle people. So they are already engaged. So this is best for the best interest for everyone. We should think about others. We should think about everyone in the society. So this situation, concentration of wealth at the top 10% is dangerous for everyone. And the next issue is climate change. Climate change, we have been talking about few years before, 20 years before, when we started talking about, the world started discussing about climate change. We all thought that it is not going to affect us. It is not going to come to us. So now we are having heavy rains in January. We don't know when the rain will start, when the rain will end. The farmers in Thrissur the entire Pullari Kolpada was it was flooded because of the last week flood. So this is a reality. So climate change is a reality. So by 1 million species that are integral to balance ecosystem is in the danger of extinction. Global warming, last 20 years have seen record heat, loss of food security, climate displacements. I think by 2050, more than 570 coastal cities. It is happening. So we are seeing in the coastal, across the coastal area, the west coast, we are seeing that is happening. So it is not a theory. It is near to, it's close to our door. So we have to be aware about it. So, and recently the World Economic Forum did a survey of around 1,490 leaders to find out the major global risk in 2024. And the top risk is 66% people said it is extreme weather is going to be the major risk. So financial institution, banks and all, we are all facing. So you may think that how it is going to impact. If there is a flood, if there is a drought, immediately the farmers, the people, they don't have jobs, they lost their livelihood, they will not be able to repay their loans. So everyone in the ecosystem has to be aware about it. So what is the role of a corporate? So that is the topic, the inclusive development, the role of a corporate. So corporates can do two ways. One is responsible business. In the business itself, business definitely play an important role in creating jobs, in creating, building the ecosystem for government, tax, everything. Business play an important role. So till Mr. Seshadri has mentioned, from 1970 onwards, the thought process came in. Businesses, corporates should think only about shareholder value creation. So for the last almost 20 years, that thought process has been changing. A paradigm shift is happening in the West. It has started in the West, but even in our country also, that thought process has taken shape. So businesses definitely, as I said earlier, create jobs. So a direct business like KSC, how it impacted in Eriyalakuda, created jobs for the people around 5 people. A small town like Valapad, how it is impacted when Manappuram decided to, instead of moving to Mumbai, when Manappuram decided to have its corporate office in Manappuram, people from across the country started coming there, rentals have increased, everyone has got jobs, direct and indirect jobs. When we got bank license, I got a lot of advice that you should move to, don't keep your head office, registered office in Manuti. Better to go to Mumbai, and all that was advice. Yes, that advices was good. There were reasons for that, but I am not denying those reasons also. But I decided that we have started from a small town from Manuti, And the benefit of ESAF becoming a bank should get to the benefit should go to the local people of Manoti. So what is the impact in 5 years? Around more than 1,000 people are working in Manoti, small town Manoti. So all my rickshaw drivers, taxi drivers, all the nearby grocery shops, hotels, rentals have increased. So this is the immediate impact I'm talking about. So every business play an important role. Unfortunately, now the local community, the KILA director said, local panchayats and the local self-governments have realized the importance of having a business in their areas. So responsible business means businesses should think about beyond numbers, beyond profit alone, beyond shareholder price alone, shareholder value creation alone. So businesses should, from a single bottom line, to move to multiple bottom lines, at least 3 bottom lines. So we have 3 bottom lines. We follow a triple bottom line approach: people, planet, prosperity. Till 2019, the third P was profit. When we became a member of the Global Alliance for Banking on Values, when I attended a global conference, I understood that profit is too inward looking. So we should think about a bigger audience. So we changed that to prosperity. So we really wanted to bring in prosperity to all our stakeholders. The shareholders are important. Shareholders, employees, customers, and the communities around us, wherever. So I always used to tell my team, so we are having a branch, means that the local community should flourish. The prosperity should see. All thatched roof houses should become pakka houses. All the people should have their own livelihood opportunities. So farmer income should increase. So so likewise, everybody get prosperity. So the responsible businesses, through the business itself. This is not charity. I'm not talking about charity. Through the business, through the services, through the products, we can create an impact in the society about other people. So only profits, it is of the past. So there is a paradigm shift happening. People now talking about responsible businesses, sustainable businesses. So sorry, next. The defining responsible and sustainable business. I'll just read out. Sustainable business consider a wide array of environmental, economic, and social factors when making business decisions. What is the nature of raw material I am using? What is the source of energy I am using for my production? So these type of decisions, what type of people I am employing, what is the welfare measures I am doing for my employees. So everything matters. So these organizations monitor the impact of their operations to ensure that their short-term profits don't turn into long-term liabilities. So companies, organizations, corporates following these principles are called responsible businesses. Next. Yeah. So ESG is very popular word today in the corporate world. It was started in the West as usual, but last couple of years it is getting momentum it's a strategy for responsible businesses, to build responsible businesses. So ESG, Mr. Mukund Rajan, brother of Mr. Raghuram Rajan, former governor of RBI, Mukund Rajan was the former Chief Sustainability Officer of Tata Group. He has written a book called Outlast. So I've just taken the definition he has given for ESG. So the E in the ESG stands for natural resources a business consumes, the waste it discharges, the pollution it creates, energy it uses, carbon emission it generates, contribution to climate and many other environmental impacts. The environmental impact the business is using. Second is this S link for the business develop the local community, the own, how it works with the own people, and how we assure safe working conditions for the people, and also how we relate to how we benefit the local community. And the third is the G, governance. So governance G deals with how a business is governed, and governance play an important role. So recently we have gone for a listing, the public listing is in November. So I understood the importance of focusing on governance. So if a company is governed with the high standards, if your governance standards is high, you get a higher price. So if all these, so if we have a higher score on the ESG, we tend to get a higher price for our share price. We try to get investments. We try to get there is a lot of opportunity. Next. So doing good is a good business. So that is the message I wanted to leave with you. So all these three aspects are important. So there are investors now. There are even in India there are 9 mutual funds of 9 ESG following funds are there, and globally most of the large funds are following the ESG guidelines. So I'll share my experience what we are following in ESAF for the social and responsible business model. So as I said earlier, we follow a triple bottom line agenda: people, planet, prosperity. And it was the core of ESAF, because we started as a social development organization, as an NGO. Then from normally people start businesses, and when the business reach certain stage, we think about the society and start a foundation and do CSR and other projects. But fortunately or unfortunately, I started the other way. I wanted to serve the society. I wanted to make an impact in the society. That is why, along with some of my friends and along with my wife Marina, we started ESAF in 1992 in a rented house in Manuti, and we were looking for various options. Then I realized that pure charity, through charity route, I cannot make big impact. So I really wanted to make big impact. I wanted to reach out to across India. That was my vision. So that's why we moved to a social business model. So the people are important. That is because of this focus, people focus. When we were a microfinance company, every branch has a business target, along with how they have to achieve that business, who the people should target. There should be backward regions, people from scheduled castes, scheduled tribes. Because of the people focus, very early stage, we were able to start our branches in Vidarbha region in Maharashtra. In 2004, I am talking about before getting the bank license, we moved to Vidarbha, because Vidarbha was considered as one of the very poorest, drought-prone districts in Vidarbha. We went to Gadchiroli in Maharashtra. Gadchiroli is one of the most backward districts in India. We went to Chhattisgarh, we went to Bastar, those districts. In 2007, we went to Jharkhand, districts like Dumka, Godda, Pakur, all these places. We started our operations in 2007. This is because we had a focus on people, because we have a targeted approach to reach out to low-income people, the most people at the bottom of the pyramid. That was our focus. And planet. So planet, we were from the NGO days, we were doing, we had a program called Natural Resource Management Program. That moved from there, we moved to a environmental department, environmental protection. We do lot of awareness program. In all our big functions, we distribute saplings. So in bank launch, people used every year when we celebrate our anniversary, Foundation Day, I send out messages. my friends and well-wishers who attended the inaugural function of the bank used to send a picture of that plant which we gave, because as the bank grows, the plant is also growing. Those pictures are being shared. And prosperity, which I already mentioned. So we were able to reach out to 7 million low-income households in this country. Out of that, around 2 million, I can say that they are active micro entrepreneurs. So we are supporting them. So we are following Sustainable Development Goals. SDGs were introduced by the UN in 2016. So there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. All our products, banking products are mapped to one of the goals. So out of 17, we are touching 16 goals. So one goal is the lives at the below the sea. The goal number 14, we are not able to touch. Maybe we are exploring ways how to do that also. So I'm not going to that details. So we measure these achievements, the social impact we do. Next. Sorry. Yeah, we do financial education. Financial education is even for people in Kerala, we are 100% literate, but our financial literacy is very, very poor. That is why we are losing. Yesterday I saw a YouTube video around more than 1,600 crores people lost, things like that. So it is very often these news coming in our media. So we do financial education program around last year alone with the support of NABARD and all. We reached around 1 million, more than 10.5 lakh people were educated. So these are all features of social and sustainable businesses. Next. Yeah, correct. Using sustainable materials in the manufacturing process, optimizing supply chain to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, relying on renewable energy wherever possible, rely on renewable energy. These are all certain aspects of responsible business. Next. And ESG, which I said, ESG is a good tool to monitor our responsible business standards which we follow. So we have been practicing ESG, but we were publishing our sustainability report every year. And in 2021, SEBI also adopted BRSR reporting. Initially, it is from this year onwards, from top 1,000 listed companies, it is mandatory. Even though it is not mandatory for ESAF, we started voluntary reporting of BRSR from 22-23 financial year. So we have been, every year we publish sustainability report, and BRSR disclosure is also being published. And last year in 2023, we have gone for our first ESG rating. Retd did the rating, and out of 100, we got 71 score in the ESG. Some of the things that our energy usage in the branches was not documented, so that's why we have gone down. So we have started capturing water and energy usage at the branches and head office also. And overall, 1 to 7 scale. 1 is the highest. We got a 3 scale. And so one for corporates, one is responsible business. Second is CSR. So CSR is mandatory for all companies who are making profits. 2% of the previous 3 years average profits has to spend on social responsibility projects. From the day one, from 2017, when we launched the bank, I requested the shareholders to approve 5%. So we are spending 5% of the profits for CSR. So it is not only the mandatory spend. We are going beyond the mandatory requirements. So we are working on around 10 areas on the CSR projects: skilling and livelihood development, training of micro entrepreneurs, skill training, and village level entrepreneurs. So these are all next. These are all some of the photographs of various skill training programs we undertake in food sector, in beauty, therapy, various areas. Another important, very interesting project which we are doing is village level training of village level entrepreneurs. So one type is Pashu Mitra. Pashu Mitra is dairy entrepreneurs. So as we train them in NDDB training centers, we train them. We give a artificial insemination kit, and so they will do that provide that service to the rural farmers, and also sell cattle feed and other products, and also so they will make a revenue by, and also they will act as a social entrepreneur in that area. So and then the Krishak Mitra is similar to Pashu Mitra as agri entrepreneur. Then we have Arogya Mitras. Arogya Mitras do health awareness programs, also by doing some basic services like BP checking, blood sugar checking, like that. So and Urja Bandhus are energy entrepreneurs which we are training. They mainly work on the solar business. And various farm sector initiatives we have, instead of getting into directly by farming, we are working with smallholder farmers, organizing them as farmer producer organizations. ESAF Foundation, with the help of Government of India project, we have promoted around 128 FPOs. So around more than 2 lakh smallholder farmers are members of the FPOs. So anybody who are interested to mentor the FPOs in the TMA or in listening to me in this program, please be in touch. We will be able to, because they need professional support, managerial support, because farmers, they know how to produce, but they don't know the finance background. They don't know how to process it. They don't know how to market their products. So where we think that collectively we will be able to support them. As a CSR project, we also started last year we started a Center of Excellence for Collective Enterprises to support cooperatives and FPOs. So there are health initiatives, Arogya Mitra, Mano Mitra. Mano Mitras are providing counseling service, psychological counseling service, and tele-counseling, and we also run a rural hospital in Palakkad. This is in Tachambara, a nursing school also. This and child and youth development program. We work with children. We originally started to support the children of our borrowers, micro borrowers. Around now it is called Balajodi clubs. We have 600 Balajodi clubs. Various children development programs are being taken through these clubs. And in one of the backward districts of India, Dumka, we are running 2 high school and around 12 community schools. These are all photographs of the tribal children studying in those schools. And these are all, again, we also help tribal women and men to get into various sustainable livelihood activities. Natural fiber, go next. Yeah, these are all, one of our group entity, Sadar Retail, is working with these artisans group, and the products they were supplying to IKEA, but currently it is that arrangement has been stopped. They are exploring other opportunities. So through our all corporates, all businessmen in this group can contribute to inclusive development through our services, through our products, and through the CSR initiatives which you are doing it. It is possible, and we have been doing it for the last 30 years. And one major question I faced when we were launching the bank, so media and all asked me, analysts and all asked me, you have been focusing on the social development, whether you will be able to continue that. Now you are becoming a pure commercial organization getting into. I said only the organizational nature is changing, structure is changing. The core mission is not going to change. But now, after 7 years, I could proudly say that ESAF Small Finance Bank has not changed its mission. We are continuing to serve the low and middle income segments of our nation and continue to service the unbanked and underbanked segments. That is the focus. And I know many of you are our customers. You have deposited your money. So, and we are paying one of the best interest rates in the market. But along with that, your money is being, that is more important. Your money is being used to serve, to help a women to get build a livelihood, ordinary man to build a house, a farmer to increase his income. So that impact, you are also part of it. Whoever is depositing their money in ESAF, also being part of the social impact we are making. So thank you very much. So once again, it is possible. That is a message I wanted to leave with you. It is possible. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the wonderful insights given about your company. I have known you from close quarters for not many years, maybe 3-4 years, but your simplicity and your efficiency and your concern for the downtrodden is really appreciated. You are doing great service to the nation, and I think we are awaiting question answers, and a lot of people will have a lot of questions to ask. I think questions can be forwarded so that we can go about the duty. Northeast and Jharkhand. I studied in Bihar, my schooling initial days, so I know how backward places there are.
So we are fortunate people in Kerala are really fortunate. So when we go to these places only, the interior India, the eastern India, the central India regions of, not the main towns, but when we go to the small towns or villages only, we will know how fortunate we are.
There is a question, it's very interesting, I don't know. Large quantum is spent towards CSR activity. Why don't you distribute the amount to the persons who are taking loans by reducing the interest for the loans? So the interest burden for the loans will be reduced and there will be inclusive development at large. By reducing the loan interest rate, definitely your turnover will increase as well as profit. Question by Advocate Sunny Matthew.
Okay. Good question. Thank you very much for that question. So even if we reduce the interest rate to 1%, the person who are taking our micro loans doesn't make much impact on them. But these most of the CSR projects which we are doing is directed towards the same customer segment. The entrepreneurship trainings which we do, the skill development programs which we do, and the children programs which we do are mostly from for the same segment of customers. So certain things money alone cannot solve. So certain issues we cannot solve by just giving a loan alone. So now we are running from yesterday onwards, we are running a first of its kind carnival in Manuti. So I request those who are free to visit tomorrow also. So 71 micro entrepreneurs put up their stalls there. So market opportunity, market access providing is also very important. So that is one reason for we are doing that. So when I'll also send, when I started it as the microcredit program as a pilot program as an NGO initiative in 95. So I got a small seed funding from Grameen Trust at 2% interest, and I was giving the loans at 10% at that time. So that it was seed funding was only for 15 lakh rupees. So then that got over in 1.5 years time. So then I called, I was working at that time, I was working for IFCO at that time. So I called all the, in Kodungalur, I still remember, I called all the women, said there are two options. Either I can stop this program, will stop this program and I go back to work. Otherwise, I have to go to the market and borrow money. But I cannot lend it to you at 10%. So they said, sir, you go and borrow money. We need money. Interest is not the big thing for us. So 1% interest, 2% interest, maybe if I distribute the remaining 3% of the CSR, even I cannot give 1% also. I cannot give 1% interest also, I cannot reduce. So that is a background we are doing.
Thank you.
When I heard that question, I was expecting that why don't you distribute to the shareholders? So thank that it was not that. Thank you.
Sir, your microfinance model made a big change in many villages. Are you providing any training to customers about microfinance management and effective utilization of money? Dr. Biju.
Yeah, thank you. So that is one of the major achievements ESAF, Manappuram also has into microfinance. Ashirwad Microfinance is also part of that network in India. One of the major achievements we have is that today around 8 crore low-income households in this country have got credit rating. From 2011 onwards, we started as an association, we decided to share the data to credit bureaus and also check the credit score while giving loans. So now most of the middle income people recently got employed and all may not be aware about the importance of a credit score. But if you go to a village and ask women working in your home, you ask, they know something, I have some score. So the credit history we have created. So that is one of the major achievements of the microfinance fraternity in this country. So we are continuing to do that. Thank you.
Next question is, we appreciate your vision on inclusive development with sustainable and responsible business. My question is on Indian companies on the larger level with no focus unless government brings measures on CSR activity, corporate governance, etc. How do you think they will take this responsibility? That is 2% is mandatory, you are doing 5%. Government should bring another, it should be made mandatory 5%. That's what I understand from this question.
As the economy growing, so as the GDP growing at 7% and we become a 5 trillion economy. So last in 2021, the total CSR spent by Indian corporates is 14,000 crores. 14,000 crores. So, and as the overall economy grows, this provision for CSR also will increase. So and no other country has this law, in my knowledge. So they're all doing it voluntarily. But so sometimes government intervention is required and it is for the positive development only. So we as a country, we have done a lot of such innovations. So for in the payment space, UPI and NPCI, these are all our innovations. Most of the other countries, it is controlled by private corporations, but it is built for common good in India. That is why we are able to transfer money in such a cost-effective manner. So CSR initiative by the government is always good. BRSR reporting is always good. Maybe all will lead to a good inclusive Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
So you think that 5% is a possibility.
Which one?
No, instead of 2%.
No, in my assessment, even 2% itself. Then there are companies I know another small finance bank in Chennai, Equitas, my friend Vasudevan, they also were able to convince the shareholders to increase it to 2% to 5%. So companies can voluntarily do that. So the 2% itself comes because this culture, to bring that culture. So once we start seeing the impact, company shareholders will definitely ask the management to spend more. That is my feeling.
Yeah. I also feel 2% is good enough, but then the next question is, it's not a question actually, it's a statement which is of interest, but predatory marketing and pricing policies of MNCs and big corporate players have sounded the death knell of thousands of small players who form the backbone of trade and business in India. Think of the online biggies like Amazon and corporates like Tata and Reliance in garment retail trade who have single-handedly, albeit indirectly, shut shop of thousands of small retailers. Supermarkets are other examples of this shift. When will the corporates start including small business competitors in their inclusivity approach? I don't think Mr. Paul Thomas can reply to that. It's all, it's in our conscience. We'll have to see how we can do it. It's a worldwide phenomenon since Friedman's theory, which was there in 2017. So I do not know if he can reply in a different way.
We have to trade associations like Vyabari associations, Chamber of Commerce have to work together, and I think we need to build, there is a lot of opportunity for building a collective enterprises. So instead of every small trader buying individually, we have to form a cooperative or a collective forum to bargain. So that way only we will be able to compete with the big players. So we have to, I think that is the role of management associations and trade associations like CII and all, to empower the small business people and to build platforms to compete with them. I think it is possible. I am not saying that it may not be, it is not possible.
Thank you very much.
So how Amul could compete with Nestle? So we have to build large collective enterprises.
I think this will be the last question because we are wanting lack of time. This is the success of a corporate company, whether it depends on the failure of the substandard management or of the arrogant workers. Example, Menon's KSC Limited at Idialakoda and ESAF, KSRTC for its failure. I'll answer this and then you can also. See, if the management is not good, naturally, you will not have a proper response. Employees are not motivated. I did not mention that 2,000 tons of raw material moves through our company every day, raw materials and finished goods. So that means more than 200 or 300 trucks. And these are our employees, ex-employees who are owning it. There's no partiality, everything is all on the books. So if the management is good, just like KSC and ESAF, definitely employees will thrive, they'll be happy and they will support the management all matters. KSRTC failure is due to so many reasons. I can list many. But the apathy of the management and the arrogance of the workers is definitely a reason. As a speaker mentioned, in a system, just like Christopher Columbus did not know where he was, if a system like that is prevalent, we can't help it.
I think I agree with you. So success of any organization is a responsibility of the leadership. So everything starts with leadership and ends with leadership. So that is a message. I won't blame employees or the system or anything outside. It is the responsibility of the management, the promoter and the management. The culture we built in the organization goes for decides the success or failure of that organization.
I think one more last question from Nandakumar, past president. ITC through e-Chaupals is empowering 400 million farmers. Could ESAF not make similar interventions in this part of India?
Sir, as I said earlier, we have promoted around 128 farmer producer organizations. Now, also we are working with the other FPOs promoted by other NGOs and government agencies. We are trying to build a marketplace for the farmers. That we are working on it, and also we have a multi-state cooperative society which I promoted in 2011. It is an ESAF agri cooperative. So they are setting up processing centers, and also now planning to work with government agencies on the procurement part. So they are setting up a pulses processing unit in Palakkad Food Park, one another food processing unit is being set up in Thrissur. So maybe going forward we will, so ITC, the range is, but we are doing small initiatives what we can do. So we are in that space actually already.
Thank you so much. I think you enjoyed this session. I think it's getting late, and we can give a big applause to Mr. Paul Thomas.
Thank you, sirs. I request the chair to thank the speaker with the gift basket here. Thank you very much, Paul Thomas, sir. As usual, it was a very stimulating presentation from your end, reiterating the ideals of ESG, the people, planet, prosperity-oriented initiative, and asserting how business and charity need not be separated. They can be one and the same. And now may we have the pleasure of having CA Dr. Nandakumar, past President TMA, on stage to present a little something as a thank you to our chair, who put all the strands together and wound the session up, setting the stage and then giving his closing remarks. I believe the Q&A session also we had a question from Nandakumar sir. So this is a very wholesome picture now. Thank you, sirs. So we carry back multiple thoughts to ponder over. The next is going to be a panel discussion. The chairs will be brought on stage and we will set the stage ready. സമൃദ്ധിയുടെ പക്ഷപാതത്തിൻ്റെ എതിരെയുള്ള പോരാട്ടം ഇസാഫ് ഇനിയും തുടരട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിക്കുന്നു. അടുത്ത ഒരു ഡിസ്കഷനിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ കടക്കുകയാണ്. മലയെ പാത്ത് മലയ്ത്ത് വിടാതെ മലമീതി ഏറിനാൽ അതുവും മുൻ കാലടിയിൽ എന്ന് തമിഴിലൊരു ചൊല്ലുണ്ട്. ഡു നോട്ട് ബി ഡോണ്ടഡ് ബൈ ദി മൗണ്ടൻ. Take small steps, climb it, and you will have it under your feet. I believe this can be said of all the speakers and the chair who will be coming up on stage for the next discussion, because this is going to be on the topic going global from small towns. ചെറിയ പട്ടണങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നും തുടങ്ങി ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ ശ്രദ്ധ പിടിച്ചു പറ്റിയ കുറേ കഥകളുണ്ട്. ആ കഥകളിലെ കുറച്ച് നായകരാണ് വേദിയിലെത്തുന്നത്. So we will get the podium set to listen to their insights and experiences. In fact, the former speaker had mentioned, Paul sir had mentioned, you should make sure that the neighborhood that you are living in is also improved. The livelihoods of those from the bottom up are also enhanced and enriched. So this is how bit by bit, improving the neighborhood, slowly taking it global. That is how the speakers who are coming up on stage have scripted their success. So we will be listening to them in just a bit. I believe this gives me a moment. Let me quote a very popular poem by Benjamin Franklin. For want of a nail, a shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, a horse was lost. For want of a horse, a rider was lost, being overtaken and slain by the enemy, all for want of care about a tiny little horseshoe nail. This again is a testament as to how paying attention to details, how starting small can make a huge difference. In the end, the stage is ready. We are now ready for the panel discussion. The chair of this session is a partner in the renowned Ponnur family that is known for pioneering the PVC injection molding products in South India. He is the current managing director of Aquastar Industries, of course a market leader providing a comprehensive range of rainwater gutter systems and related solutions for various applications. The airports, army, naval bases are all part of the clientele. Managing partner for the House of Plastics and Pono Group of Enterprises, the very proficient Mr. Sijo Ponurjus. Welcome, sir. Also the past secretary of Thrissur Management Association. And now the panelist for that session. He is a joint managing director of Synthite Industries. He had been helming it for close to 35 years now. Synthite Industries, of course, is a renowned name, the largest producer of spice extracts, spice powders and essential oils, and has, of course, left a footprint across the globe. Currently, the chairman of the Confederation of Indian Industry, the Kerala chapter, the very enterprising Mr. Aju Jacob. Hearty welcome, sir. We'd like to present a floral bouquet and also welcome you to this evening. Our next speaker, a preeminent NRI entrepreneur based in Qatar, chairman of the ABN Corporation, which is headquartered in Doha, Qatar, and has been running successfully for over 4 decades now. The group focuses on the supply and transportation of petroleum products and other products of the oil and gas through road and sea. Under his helmship, under his leadership, the group has diversified into multiple sectors and has placed itself firmly in 7 different countries. He holds the coveted position of the chairman of the board of governors of the Indian Business and Professionals Council, Qatar, an apex body under the aegis of the Indian Embassy. He is also the director of Norca Roots and Inca Limited. Several recognitions came his way. The International Businessman of the Year award was bestowed on him by Sir Roger Jale, MP, Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons in UK. Along with the Roger Gale Awards, there are several other recognitions that have come his way. Without much further ado, may we have on stage the very versatile Mr. J.K. Menon. Welcome, sir. Hearty welcome to you. Mr. Nawaz Miran, who is the chairman of the group Miran and the CEO of Eastern Condiments Private Limited, will also be joining us, will also be adding on to the discussion. He is very close, but he is yet not here because you know the famed traffic. But he will be joining us in a bit. We thought we will not spend much more time. We will start off the discussion with the permission of the chair. Over to you, sir. Over to you.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, let me thank Aju and JK. That's what he likes to be called. Palarum CK Menon, JK Menon. I think that should be the trait for you. Okay. Thank you for coming here. Auspicious audience of TMA Leadership Summit. It's a pleasure having you over here. It's a pleasure being with you again, Aju. Waiting for Nawaz, who's actually a dynamic businessman. I'll be more comfortable if he's here, you know. That is, and he's here. Can we have a loud applause? ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ആള് ലേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് വന്നാൽ ഞാനൊന്ന് സ്പെഷ്യൽ കൈയടി പാസ്സാക്കുന്നു. Thank you for coming, Nawaz. Right on time. Interestingly, I was just, when we had the 2 chief guests coming in, ഞാൻ കണ്ട ഒരു ചെറിയ സംഭവം എന്താണെന്നറിയോ? 2 of them are from the spice business. One is Eastern and other one is Synthite. One of the oldest business in Kerala. I think if I am not wrong. ഇതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് I think we had the Europeans, Egyptians, Romans, everybody coming down to Kerala to get the spices. And this family was able to track the best business from that. You were able, that's very interesting. When I got the panel discussion, when I knew Nawaz and അതിൽ ഇനിയൊരു സംഭവം എന്താ, what I noticed is, ഇത് വന്ന ലാസ്റ്റ് ഒരു അറബ് നാട്ടുകളിനെ കുറിച്ച്, there were some people coming from Arabs also to trade, you know. Menon sir was one who went back from Kerala to Arab countries. He was smart enough to track back, you know. He said, okay, those guys are coming here to do the trade. Why not go backwards? And a very good successful story from your side also. So, pleasure having you all. My first question is to the youngest panelist over here. So, one more thing which I noticed is, 10 കൊല്ലം പ്രായ വ്യത്യാസമുള്ള ആൾക്കാരാട്ടോ. Even though, no, you are not the oldest. So, I'm going to ask the youngest person over here. I said, going back, your father, Menon sir, went back. If you can just brief us, basically, from why from Thrissur he went back to from a small town like Thrissur to find gold in other Qatar. So if you can just give us a brief about it. Most of the Thrissurians know about it, but I would like to have the story which we don't know, which your father has told you personally. That's one thing which I like to do.
Hello. So first of all, thank you for the invite, Mr. Sijo. And it's indeed wonderful to be a part of the TMA and to get associated. Now, Sijo had asked me just right now that what was the journey of my father. I mean, why he had migrated all the way from Thrissur to the Middle East. You know, I'm pretty sure, I mean, I don't need to introduce my father, Mr. C.K. Menon, because തൃശ്ശൂരിൻ്റെ പുത്രനായിട്ട് ജനിച്ചൊരു വ്യക്തിയാണ് ശ്രീ C.K. Menon. So I don't need to give a special introduction. He had a family business at that time, which was known as Sridamajaya Motors, which was basically into logistics again, bus transportation, I mean, logistics basically. So that was a family-run business. He was there, his brother was there, and that was doing pretty well. But at that time, the Kerala had a peculiar movement of the labor union. So it was, for him, it was quite difficult, I mean, at that particular time to run the business. So what he did is he literally handed over the business to the union, the labor union. That's exactly what he did that time. That's quite unusual. If you look at any entrepreneur, it's quite unusual decision. But that actually opened up a lot of opportunities for him, and that's when he migrated to the Middle East during the early 70s. He was working as a supervisor there in one of the companies back in those days. And then he finally got an opportunity to take over a SIC unit, one of the SIC units in Qatar. And he always had the entrepreneurship in his DNA. Probably that was there always, all the time. And that was the beginning of Mr. C.K. Menon's entrepreneurial journey in the Middle East. And from there, we were fortunate, I mean, with the blessings of God Almighty and the wonderful team what we have. Because we always believe that it's always necessary to have a wonderful team along the journey. We diversified into education, we diversified into supply, transportation, and handling of hydrocarbons through road and sea, to steel fabrication, galvanizing, FMCG production, medical consumables and equipment trading, and few other aspects and trade related to the existing business what we were into. So that's the journey of Mr. C.K. Menon in a nutshell. Yeah.
Great. When you say secure, it was very similar to logistic or something?
It was. In fact, it was
So
a,
it was easy for you.
transportation unit of hydrocarbons.
അപ്പോൾ എളുപ്പമായിരുന്നു ഇവിടുത്തെ യൂണിയൻ്റെ പോലെ അവിടുത്തെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളൊന്നുമില്ല അപ്പോൾ വേഗം he was able to set out the
It was a different environment there. Yeah.
but better.
It has its own pros and cons.
Okay, great. I'll come to the most senior person over here, Nawaz ji.
Aju is my senior in school. So that's, I'll go.
No.
I'll go. No issue.
Why I said senior is, I have never understood his business. Because ഇത് സ്പൈസസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ സംഭവം നമുക്ക് അറിയാം, ഇത് പൊടിച്ച് പാക്കറ്റിലാക്കി കൊടുത്തു എന്നുള്ള ഒരു സംഭവമാണ്. ആസ് ഐ സെഡ് ഇറ്റ്സ് എ ഓൾഡ് ബിസിനസ് ഓഫ് അവർ കേരള. സംഭവം നല്ല ഭംഗിയിൽ പാക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കൊടുക്കണമെന്നൊരു ഒരു സംഭവം. This guy did something more amazing. So I have never understood his business and how we jumped into it. So I would rather go with you, find out naturally from a Adimali തുടങ്ങിയ ഒരു ചെറിയ ജേർണി വെച്ച് I just want to know how that started out and how interestingly you have contributed to it. That's what I like.
Yeah, thank you, Sujo. In fact, I was running a marathon inside my car. I started from Cochin at 4 o'clock. And it took this many times. I mean, I'm so sorry for being late.
No, it's always a pleasure. ഇതിലെന്താണെന്ന് അറിയാം, തൃശ്ശൂർകാരനെ എത്തിപ്പിടിക്കാൻ കുറച്ച് സമയമൊക്കെ പിടിക്കും.
So we were into wholesale, grocery wholesaling and distribution. We were distributors for companies like Mysore Lamps, Kerala Soaps, Nippo Battery, Nestle, Britannia. So that was our business. And in the last part of 70s, my dad decided to, he was working with most of the principals, so he thought he should come out with something of his own. That's how he started a coffee processing unit, because we were distributors for Stains Coffee. He was advised to get into coffee business, and he started coffee processing. Since we had distribution, we put that packed coffee powder into the van and started moving it. Then people kept asking for molagodi and mallipodi and stuff like that. So over a period of 1 year, we could make out that coffee may not fly, but spices will fly. So that's how we moved into spices and condiments.
But why Eastern brand? That was the first name, or?
Eastern, the reason was, we are from a place called Kodamangalam. From Kodamangalam, Adimali is towards the east of the state. So my dad's friend said, it's better to put it as Eastern Trading Company. So that's how it started. Wholesaling was we were doing really good in wholesaling. We were doing good in distribution. So taking cue from the distribution business, we went directly to the market with our product, avoiding the distributors. So currently we have got around 262 vehicles servicing the market with around direct coverage of close to 55 to 60,000 shops on a weekly basis, which means we service these shops in a year 52 times. So, if you ask me whether at this juncture if I will do that, may not be possible, because putting product into the van and sending it to be sold in the market, you have to make sure that either the stock has to come back or the cash has to come back. Touchwood, we in fact didn't have much of issues in the last 40 years.
Great. Aju? Kodamangalam. Kolakjeri. Synthite. Again, as I said, spices, but how did you family jump into the essence of
My dad was in the construction business, so he was always away from home because he was mostly doing the dams, tunnel construction. So I think his primary motive was to set up something close to home. So he had a chemical business which was basically adhesive for plywood. That was a chemical business, which again was in Tripura. So it was still another 45 minutes drive for him. So he wanted still something closer. So he wanted to set up something very close. We are about 200 meters from our home. The factory was set up as an extension to what we were doing. That's why we were initially called Synthite Industrial Chemicals Limited. So do a natural product and call it Synthite Industrial Chemicals Limited is completely, not in sync, right? So he had already set up that business, or he wanted to do another extraction business, the adhesive business close to home. But as it so happened that, he, at that time, one of his cousins living in the US sent him a paper cutting saying that a lot of spices are being exported from India, which is being processed or value added in the US. Like Steve Jobs saying, connecting the dots, he had the opportunity to travel to Japan at that time. One of the ingredients that's used in the adhesive was supplied by a Japanese company, so he had an opportunity to be at the Expo 70. He saw the spices in the US pavilion, he saw the liquid spices, the spices in extract form. That fascinated him, and it was around the same time the Central Food Research Institute had come out with the technology. They announced that they've got the technology to extract spices to make the extract as well as the essential oil. So he and my dad and his brother, I think with few bags of pepper and cardamom. Cardamom was and were the two popular spices. So they took those spices, went to CFTRI, spent a few days there, saw how this is being extracted. So that's where the journey started. Of course, that was not a very robust technology. Though they could process it, but then there were a lot of nuances to it. So since 72, though they started it. So under the same company name, Synthite Industrial Chemicals Limited, he started the spice extraction. As good fortune things, of course, it took a long time. I think about 3-4 years before he could actually master the product. So 72, I think the first real business happened only in 76. So that was a struggle, but then, that is his resolve to stay committed to what he had set about doing. That is what differentiated him also, that some quality we all try to emulate, even ourselves, and find it very challenging because the amount of commitment that he had to make sure that he turned it around. By 76, we started exporting the products. We were also fortunate to get a client in the US who was willing to support us selling our products. So a company called J. Mannheim is a Jewish company that based in New York. They then took the product to our customers, future customers then. And of course, one aspect then was to make a product, a processed product, and that too in food. And to be able to export, the quality commitment had to be significant. And very early in the business itself, started the business itself, that commitment was there, which differentiated Synthite. And again, that's where I think we got a lot of opportunity. I personally joined the business in 87 after my chemical engineering. Also at this time, just going back, when I was in school, we went for holidays because we studied in the hostel. But when coming back, the 2 months, he wouldn't let us go anywhere, but go to the labs, spend time, see what is happening in the process. So we grew with the business. But one thing, during my chemical engineering days, that 4 years, I've never tried to know much about the business, except that we had some Davana cultivation in Kola near Bangalore. So occasionally when we were doing that process there, he would ask me to go there. So I used to go on the bike and go and see how it was being grown in the distillation. But otherwise, I stayed out of the business. But since I got in the business in 87, I had stayed put. Maybe first couple of years was, I probably was only in college. I never traveled anywhere. I was there and learned the business. And since then, I've been able to contribute to the growth of the business.
Great. I think Tamil, almost all the business in our generation, this was a fate. Vacation vanna avaroppam veetlu poyirikku. I think that would be your case also, Navas. Like, how was it? Very much. Appendoppam peediyil poyirikkendu varu. Great. this extraction is completely, I think it's a new format for the state itself. I think Synthite and few other companies over there holds almost 65% of the world market share.
I mean, because it started in Karib, I think then Cancor, or then it was called Bombay Oil Mills, they were in Angamali. And there was one business out of Calicut. He was doing red sandalwood extracts. I forget the name of the company. But somehow they didn't survive. They didn't last too long. So it was between Synthite, Cancor, and then came NJ Spices in Pathanamthitta. So all of the businesses were based out of Kerala, or the knowledge was based out of Kerala. So they all, I mean, founded or started in Kerala. The knowledge is here. But today we are across, depending on the raw material availability, we are across all south of India and also in China, where we extract paprika. So we had to go. And again, of course, it was a different format because processed food industry spice extracts essential oils ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്, പിന്നെ പെർഫ്യൂമറിയിലും. അപ്പോൾ during those days, processed food was small in India, so maybe till 2006 or 7, India കാര്യമായിട്ടൊരു sales ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. So it was primarily exports. But today, India is a very big market.
Okay, right, great. Like, നിങ്ങളുടെയും, I think, you started off with only 1 or 2 products and then expanded completely for multiple products? How was it?
Yeah, so making money in some way is an easy process. But to sustain it, you need to really put in real effort. The reason why I'm saying this is we diversified into non-related businesses. And one good thing which happened in our family is that my dad didn't get distracted. He was fully into spices. We got into, Andhraman sir was on our board in a listed company which is called Eastern Threads. We then moved into making mattresses under the name Sunidra. So we did too many diversification, which actually, looking back, was not the right decision. Whereas Synthite, very focused, stay put, and they didn't get into too many other stuff. So I think that's one learning which, for me personally, I've gone through. We did diversification because of many reasons. മലയാളത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞാൽ എനിക്ക് പപ്പാനെ പറഞ്ഞ് പറ്റിക്കാൻ ഉള്ള ഒരു കഴിവൊന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ അന്ന്, so once you get to a certain level, you need to have people guiding you on, what should be the future, how are you going to create further value and stuff like that. So if you had a right mentor at that point of time, I mean for the family, we would have probably may not have gone through that sort of an exercise.
But diversification is part of your business growth. I know
there
have been failures.
It is a must.
JK also should agree to it. If you don't diversify, what will you do? You can't stick to one business. Failures is something, yes.
No, diversification is absolutely required. I mean, I totally agree to that. But I must agree to your comments, to be very honest. Even from our perspective as well, we were slightly conventional. We were always focusing on those business which were related to our existing business, and that's the way we kind of diversified.
That one you'll grow 10 times, but unless you put your money in a different bag, end up പറയും കുറച്ച് മുട്ട വേറെ ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ എല്ലാം ഒരുമിച്ച് പൊട്ടും എന്നുള്ള പറയുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവം.
If you permit, I can come back. I will tell you what is currently happening in our family. So we have understood that every industry has got an expert who understand the industry. So what we have done currently is we run this mattresses business. We have brought in somebody from Kerala to run the show, and he is now the CEO of that. So family is now away from running the day-to-day activity. So family should, what we should have done was we should have been acting as a portfolio manager rather than running the show. We would have brought in the right people to manage those businesses. That is where the failure happened. Nothing wrong in diversifying, but if the team is good, if they have enough of experience in running that particular show, then it's fine. But for me, we didn't do that.
Failures is part of business, I think. Or diversify ചെയ്ത 10 പ്രോഡക്റ്റുകൾ എടുത്താൽ I think only 2 products success.
Then the underlying thought should be fail cheap.
Fail cheap. Okay.
You shouldn't be wasting 10, 15, 20 crores.
ഞാനൊന്ന് പറഞ്ഞോട്ടെ, like as Nawaz said, ഞങ്ങളും ഒരു 2000 we thought we'll get into IT. We made a very, very small initiative. അതൊരു ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ fortunately we failed fast. About 7 or 8 months into it, we realized it was not our cup of tea because we didn't have an expert to focus on it. We ourselves was trying to do it. But it was in 2012. In between, we had opportunities to get into a few other things. But 2006-07, when we looked at, of course, we were struggling to grow the existing business. There was a limited on the market, but we had the bandwidth to do more. That's when a related business, I had a flavors and seasoning business, Semega, that came through 2 joint ventures. അതുപോലെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഗ്രൗണ്ട് സ്പൈസിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല, നോട്ട് ആസ് എ കൺസ്യൂമർ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ബട്ട് ആസ് ബിസിനസ് ടു ബിസിനസ്. വി വർ നെവർ ഇൻ ദാറ്റ്. So Europe, there was a big issue with adulteration in spices. And Synthite being a brand known for quality, there were customers who wanted us to get into it. So B2B, we got into spices also around that time, 2006-07. But 2012, so in between we had a bit of realty business, hospitality and hotels. 2012, we decided that we will not get into anything else but stay put in the food ingredients business. So we scoped it as food ingredients as the largest because it just can't be extraction. So angane related business in food ingredients where customers could be the same, where we could get into new, and also depending on the areas where we were doing business or we had factories, what could we do more in those factories to expand our customer base. Other വളരെ successful item over the last 12 years we've been able to do. And in most of what we're doing, whether it's seasonings and flavors, we're competing with the international flavor businesses who have come to India. And we are probably second or third in that space. The oleoresin business, we are pretty much number 1 in that space. Of course, with retail, of course, we do compete with Eastern. But then it's another space, of course. We always felt, there was some concern that, though we were doing business, but we are not known locally. I mean, not that we worried about it, but we also felt that we need to create a brand. That's how Kitchen Treasures as a brand became a product line that we pursued. But we never got out of the food ingredient space. So today also we are, further value addition, we are getting into fermentation or algae-based extractions and related businesses we are getting into, and upgrading technology as we go so that we stay relevant in the space that we are in.
JK, you're also stuck in the same business or you burned your fingers somewhere?
See, burning the fingers it's quite normal, to be very honest. I mean, it's just like when we start to learn how to walk, we fall. That's quite normal, but that doesn't mean that we quit walking, do we? We do get up, we just dust ourselves and we start walking again, isn't it? The only thing is, that's all. In short.
20 crores.
So that's quite normal in my opinion. That's what we call the learning curve. And we have been quite conventional. I must be quite honest. We've been very conventional with respect to the kind of business we do. And we have diversified, but as I said earlier, it's always related to the existing business, what we were doing. And from there, we were able to diversify to other segments. Yes. Yeah. But it was always a calculated risk. We never believed in taking a blind risk. It was always a calculated risk. Yeah.
I think Baju has come out with some interesting called Paul and Mike, your chocolates. Nawaz has also invested recently in chocolates, right?
Yeah, we didn't get permission to put money there. I mean, in fact, we have a non-compete clause with Orkla. Okay. So Orkla, we requested that we would like to invest in a company and then they didn't agree to it.
But you have come out with an interesting product.
That again has a bit of a story to it, because as we were exploring because, again, as I mentioned, we were looking at various aspects of the spice and related businesses in food ingredients. Cocoa, coffee, tea, or we call brown flavors. So, space, since we were not doing cocoa much, we were exploring the opportunity in cocoa. So, Vikas Timani was my executive assistant at that time. He had the opportunity to travel a bit to understand about the cocoa landscape, and he came up with a suggestion that India is a net importer of cocoa, so there's an opportunity to grow cocoa. Second thing is the chocolate consumption in India is significantly, per capita consumption is significantly lower compared to the rest of the world. So seeing these two opportunities, but again we definitely can't compete with a Cadbury or a Nestle because of the advertising. So we thought we should look at a value-added product. Gourmet chocolates were becoming popular in Europe at that time. This was about 7-8 years, or already was big. So we said, why don't we make an attempt? And then came the Paul and Mike, which again has a story to it, because the name Paul comes from a farmer who we met in Trinidad who was doing high-density cocoa farming. And Mike is the fermenter, a guy who was very, very good in fermentation, who helped him to understand the fermentation process. So we made sure that we bring all the cocoa ourselves, we do the fermentation, and then, because fermentation is what gives the flavor. So Paul and Mike is a tribute to Paul, the farmer who taught us high density farming, and Mike who helped us with the fermentation. And we got into, it's a small business at the moment, but then it's something where we see an opportunity, and again a very related business, we being in cocoa. That also enabled us to get in the cocoa extracts business. So we do a lot of cocoa extracts, which is being used as a flavor. So it's not just Paul and Mike. That's a product that you see front end, but there's also a lot of cocoa business that we do, which came through that learning.
Very interestingly, when you gave out this name Paul and Mike, how it was derived, your wife was surprised actually. When I saw her, she was all shocked by, I didn't know about this. You have diversified into something else very interestingly, apart from your logistic and...
it's always a calculated risk, as I mentioned earlier. So we had recently ventured into the medical consumable trading and equipments. So that's something totally different from what we were doing traditionally, the oil and gas, to be very honest. That's literally just the opposite, to be very honest. So we started that particular venture just before COVID, to be very honest. And I'm not sure whether I should be saying this, but COVID was literally a jackpot for us, to be very honest. Yes. So yes, that was a calculated risk, but that did turn out to be good for us. So that's something new which we had recently started. Yeah.
To all the three of you, I just wanted to see. I'm sure it is all our parents who have started this business. Even in my case, when my dad handed over the business to me, it was about 300 tons or what I was doing. We do something more that is not visibly seen by others, because the company grows as it matures. But I would like to know exactly, if you can tell me, like how much you think you would have contributed, 10x, 20x, 30x to each of your businesses. What scale you think you would have done? What would be your contribution in your business? Are you, when you turn back and look, okay, I'm proud of myself, I'm sure my son will also, or my family will be proud of it. Something which actually, which gave you 10x or 20x business more than what was left out.
Gentlemen, may I? Well, with my limited knowledge, what I would respond to that would be, being the second generation entrepreneurs, let's not try to replicate what exactly our ancestors had done. What they've done is exceptionally great, and there is a lot of gratitude from the second generation. But it's not about growing quickly or growing big. It's about how stable you can grow. So what my father did 15, 20 years ago, that was the need of the hour. And that was, exactly, that was the right decision. But based on the changing environment and based on the changing dynamics of the commercial market, certain decisions has to be tweaked, that's all. And at the end of the day, it's about how stable you can grow. That's what I would say. When you look back, how stable the growth is. That's all matters to be here. It's not about how big you can grow. That's my perspective about the growth. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I have heard a lot of things. People say that I have sold an organization which my dad created. So whether it is for good or bad, that comment always pop up. So we have taken organization, we had a 13% year-on-year growth, CAGR, when we did the transaction. If you look at from 2010 onwards. So I have put in effort. People within the team have put in effort. Dad luckily had created an organization which could have gone on an autopilot. So even without me, it would have grown. But then as the CEO of organization, I would have obviously contributed. But see, there is a small issue here, we all create value. But we have a problem, we don't like to unlock the value. So when I did that sort of an exercise, there were a lot of negative comments. But then end of the day, we take decisions that we feel that will help us to get to the next level. So it improved our liquidity. We were able to, I was able to satisfy my sisters. For me, I feel I have done the right thing. But for many of the people at Adimali, they feel like I have ruined what my dad has created.
Let me put it this way, like in 87 when I joined the business, there was already a great foundation. The business was small but a great foundation. So I've honestly not seen a lot of the hard, of course we've seen during the holidays and things like that, but then the struggle the business had. But that's a great foundation that we were all able to build on. I always think of it this way. Of course, we take pride in the fact that we were able to grow the business, be part of that growth. But at the same time, somebody else could have probably done 10x more. So that sort of levels you down, the fact that that keeps your feet on the ground. Because business grow either, and we have been part of it. It has grown significantly. I can recall from 87 to 97, were 10 years, we probably were doubling each year. And I can take pride in the fact that I was involved. Bashay, it had a great foundation. We didn't have to know about a lot of challenges in raising money and things like that in the early stages of the business. So I won't take credit for that. At the same time, somebody else in my role, if dad had two professionals, me and my brother, two professionals running the business, probably he would have taken it much bigger also. So that's where you sort of level yourself and feel that, you've done something, but not probably something that's out of the world. So that levels me down.
I'll just want to add to this. In family business, you come in basically because of entitlement. So if you really look at whether you are the right person to do it or not, there will be a lot of plus and minuses of family themselves running the show. But I feel that businesses should be run by thorough professionals. Family has to be portfolio managers. Only then you will be able to keep course correcting it, getting into the next level, because you get into a monotonous mode where day in, day out you do the same stuff. The creativity part of it actually moves out. So basically, the problem is that we for the last 30 years, so we were not able to think beyond what we can contribute to the organization. So for me, we are all, pampered and entitled people who come to the top of the organization.
Mistake nobody can fire you. Our situation
fire.
So that also becomes, it can be a dampener for the business. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട്
അതിൻ്റെ വേറൊരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, if you have four siblings in the family, the issue is the third one might be more entrepreneurial. പക്ഷെ നമ്മളുടെ കൾച്ചറിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് the elder will actually start running the show. പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഓർഗനൈസേഷനാണോ ഫാമിലി ആണോ വലുതെന്നുള്ള ഒരു വലിയ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ മാർക്കാണ്. അപ്പോൾ പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മളെന്താ ചെയ്യുക വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, നമ്മൾക്ക് ഫാമിലി, വി വോണ്ട് പീസ് ഓഫ് മൈൻഡ്, വി വോണ്ട് ഹാപ്പിനെസ്, വി വോണ്ട് ഹാർമണി. സോ ഇതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു മസാലക്കൂട്ടാണ്. ശരി, ചേട്ടനെ ഓടിച്ചോട്ടെ.
Adalena, I think you differed. I think you came out with a family constitution over that. I think.
Right, I was about to talk about that.
I think that was an interesting twist. Hierarchy has broken out, and the blue book was formed by Synthite, and a lot of people are looking into it also.
So the thing is, 2012, like slowly the third generation was wanting to come into the business. അപ്പോൾ റാൻഡമായിട്ട് അവിടെ ഇവിടെയും like my sister, I've got 4 sisters, അവരുടെ പിള്ളേരുണ്ട്. I've got a brother, so we are 6 of us. പിന്നെ George Paul and his brother, their children. അപ്പോൾ we had to bring in some system to how to draft them in the business if at all they wanted to come, because it also depends on whether they want to come into the business, they had the right education or understanding so that they could be part of the business. Based on all of this, we formed a family constitution. This was in 2013. And it also had the succession planning in place to make sure that, my dad was in his late 70s at that time. So it also meant that, he had to step down. George Paul came in as a managing director, then my brother took over. Even like today, all of the businesses are run by CEOs within the group. Though it's one group with different shareholdings being the same, we have different parts of businesses. All businesses are run by CEOs, and there are, like Nawaz said, there are businesses within Synthite that are run by professionals today. Simega is run by a professional. Synthite Spice division is done by a professional, whereas Indigo is run by a nephew of mine. And one of the dehydrates business is run by another nephew. And me and my brother are in the family board, and at the same time, bio-ingredients, which is the core business, we both are actively involved. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു division ഉണ്ട്. But going forward, we'll probably have to step back from all of this and let professionals run. I mean, I would slightly qualify what Nawaz said. It could be a mix of family and professionals in the business. There are very competent people in the family who could be part of the business. There should be a structure to identify them and get them also to be part. At the same time, professionals also be involved. And if there are 1 or 2 members in the family who are willing to work under professionals because they know they like what they're doing but not take a senior responsibility, they could be in the business, which is also good for the organization, provided they all understand that. So that is what we tried to achieve through a blue book and a constitution, so that we bring in a structure.
I think that is where Nawaz came out with a very interesting book itself. It's a family business for, can you just brief us about it?
Yeah, family goes through a lot of dilemmas. Many of the dilemmas, what happens is, if you have certain dilemma, then what happens, you move into a passive mode. You start pushing things under the carpet. And that's the reason why, see, business is dynamic. Business will not wait for, you having a family of 6 people, you are not aligned. All the things, business will not stand. Business will keep moving and competition will keep coming in. You have to be really dynamic. So this pushing things under the carpet, as far as succession is concerned, as far as governance is concerned, as far as bringing in professionals are concerned, all these things, we keep pushing things. Nobody takes a call. Over a period of time, that becomes the normal mode of operation of that particular company. അങ്ങനെ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒരു 2-3 വർഷം, ഞാനൊരു എല്ലാവരോടും പറയാറുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം, നമ്മളുടെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ടേൺ ഓവറിൻ്റെ 20% നിങ്ങൾ മൈനസ് ചെയ്യുക. ഇപ്പോൾ എന്ത് ടേൺ ഓവർ ചെയ്യുന്നു, ആ ടേൺ ഓവറിൻ്റെ 20% മൈനസ് ചെയ്യുക. മൈനസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ബോട്ടം ലൈൻ എങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കും? ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ ഹെൽത്ത് ഓഫ് ദ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ. ഓക്കെ, അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയാൽ എല്ലാം റെഡിയാണ്.
ഈ ഫാമിലി ബിസിനസ്സിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഐ തിങ്ക് യു ഹാവ് കം ഔട്ട് വിത്ത് എ ബുക്ക്. ഒരു
we have me and MSA Kumar we have come out with a book because me and Feroz, we have exposed certain reality as far as family is concerned, family run organizations are concerned. MSA has the exposure of running. He is an IM Ahmedabad. He has run companies. So as a professional, he has also contributed. So this is all about it. You can treat it as a manual on family businesses, which can be used for as a reference. Because we have brought in 12 companies into it. 4 from Kerala. Popular Automobiles is there. We are there. Then BK Matthews, IBS.
പേര് പറഞ്ഞല്ലേ പുസ്തകത്തിന്റെ പേര്?
Beyond 3 generations.
When you said generation, what is the plan for the next generation? Very quickly, I think we're going to wind up the section. You both are, നിങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്ത് ഒന്നും ചോദിക്കേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. I think your family constitution is taking care of the next generation in your business, right?
Yes, I mean, the one difference that we made when we made the family constitution was the coach who was working with us. He worked with the senior management who are people in the business already, the next generation who was still not involved, and the senior professionals. So and we evolved it through a lot of discussions. As Nawaz mentioned, we tried to have a lot of family meetings, councils, so that we tried to make sure that the skeleton is not in the closet. You know, there were, of course, there will be problems. We were able to bring all that out and have a discussion. So it doesn't mean that everything is over, everything is perfect, but still, at least we were able to one time do that. So there is the culture in the organization towards being a lot more open.
So in our case, what we have done is every family member has got the responsibility of one organization.
Okay.
So my wife takes care of mattresses business, which is Sunidra. So anything and everything which comes to the family board, it has to come through her.
Okay.
So what the discipline which we are trying to bring in is, otherwise what happens is these people will start coming and talking to me, to my brother, my son. People can take advantage of misalignment. So what we have decided is that whatever on that particular company is there, it will only come through that particular person. So my son takes care of our tea business. We have got a brand called East Tea. Then my brother takes care of the threads business. My wife takes care of Sunidra, and then myself, we have got a construction wing, which I am directly getting involved into it.
In your case,
well, it's too early for me to comment on the third generation.
Let me ask you, but you are one of the director of Norca Roots.
That's right, yes.
So when we say next generation, there's one question also which has come in from Anantaraman sir. It's very much connected to when I say next generation. As established with businessmen of Kerala, what and how can we prevent our youngsters from fleeing the state for studies and employment? Being a Norca Root person, ഇത്രയധികം മലയാളികൾ കേരള വിട്ടു പോയിട്ട് are they really successful? What is happening? You should be telling.
Is it focusing on the education or is it focusing on the employment?
Both. He is asking studies and employment. It looks like guys who go for studies don't come back also. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സംഭവം ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
Correct. Understood. See, with respect to education, I would say that even though Kerala has got the highest literacy rate, I still believe with respect to the global standards, we are still far behind in my opinion. It's not about the curriculum I'm talking about. It's about the teaching techniques. It's about learning and understanding and applying. It's just the learning part which is happening. The understanding and the applying application part, I don't think we are quite strong in that. So that should change. Only then the students are going to remain in Kerala, to be very honest. It's not the curriculum. Let me emphasize on that part. Now, with respect to employment, I must say, Mr. Jacob and Mr. Miran, they've got a lot of courage with them to start something in Kerala, something which is connected to manufacturing. I must say that, I must appreciate that. So unless and until there is a manufacturing segment which comes up in Kerala, I mean, if you compare to Andhra or if you compare to Tamil Nadu, there must be a significant amount of investors coming for the manufacturing segment so that the economy grows and there will be more number of employment as well. Yeah. So unless that change happens, it's a bit grey, to be honest. It is a bit grey.
Your take on this, Nawaz?
People keep moving because if you look at the 50s, 60s and 70s, people have moved to Dubai and other places. So this will keep happening. And if you really ask me whether the intent is for better education, I will say no. Because they just want to be there in Canada. Once they finish the studies, they'll get some job. And because they probably may not be seeing much of opportunities coming up in our state. So it's all, I would say that we need to focus on a master plan which actually takes into consideration the strength of the state. Whatever the state can offer, if it's a knowledge economy, if we can create this as a knowledge economy, we'll have to have plans in place. Currently, I don't say that leaders doesn't have any focus or ideas, but what I'm saying is, I don't see any of the parties sitting in a place and discussing about the future of the state. What should be the state by the end of 2040 or 2047. That discussion I can't see. I see these days we don't even wish to see the debate that happens on the TV because it's all irrelevant issues and nothing to contribute to the society. So people will keep moving. One of the things which is scary in the central part of Kerala is that if you take 100 families, close to 50 family people are not here. And if they would have moved to Dubai or Saudi Arabia, they would have come back. But these are all people moving to Germany, Canada, Australia.
More to Europe.
We used to sell 3 containers of 1 container in 3 months. Now we sell 4 containers in a month in Canada.
More Malayalis over there now.
I mean, there are certain towns where you have only Malayali students.
Good for you, bad for us. Great. I think I'll start taking some questions. I'm just going to read out some questions also. This is from Nandakumar. It's a long. It is to Nawaz again. As you are rightly said, we should focus professionally into a business and persons who understand the technology and give you business. But such professionals lack entrepreneurship and business vision, and business comes from such vision. So how do you expect to take your business to the next level just by remaining as an investor, keeping aloof from the decision-making process?
So, see, in many a case what happens is the entrepreneurial call has been taken by the family because since they have that bandwidth, they probably might take. But when a professional try to take a decision, it will be a calculated risk. So, I mean, there's a perfect balance between both the stuff. So, if I can provoke my CEO to look at one direction, if he is a thorough professional, he will do it in a very systematic way. That's the reason, that's the thing which I said, you have to fail fast, at the same time you have to fail cheap. So they do that. We will not do that. What we will do is, we will keep on continuing the same exercise for years and years.
We'll keep investing.
Because, ego matters. How can you stop something? If I stop something, then I'm treated as a failure in the society.
The question from Advocate Sunny Matthew is, Synthite, why are you not coming out with shares? Simple as this. We are
in the process, like Nawaz also mentioned, you got to unlock value at some point. We are in the process, but it probably would be another 2 years before we are ready for it, is what my guess. But we are committed to going public or unlocking value. It could be 2 ways, like we could have a strategic partnership with one of the companies that we work with, because there are a lot of international companies wanting to come to India like our space, and so that's an opportunity, or otherwise going IPO is the other opportunity. So it definitely would come.
I think I'll take this question to JK, because you said you're not investing in Kerala. This is not given out his name. He is saying, why not give employment to the small towns like Thrissur and Govinjal, so that we can compete more with big cities in Bangalore or any other? Why not give better opportunities for small cities? This is the question which has come out from here.
That's a wonderful question. It's not that I don't want to invest in Kerala. It's just that the type of businesses we are into, we may struggle a bit to invest in Kerala. For example, if you look at, we are into steel bar manufacturing, steel fabrication, galvanizing. So these are not that quite welcomed in Kerala, unfortunately. So we have investments in Tamil Nadu, to be very honest. And the total strength, if you ask me, the strength of the entire group will be roughly about 5,000 people, and 80% will be Malayalis, to be very honest. So that is the only thing what I could do for Kerala, to be very honest.
Take Malayalis more from here.
Yeah, 80% Malayalis. അതിനകത്ത് നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ തൃശ്ശൂർക്കാരായിരിക്കും കൂടുതൽ ഉണ്ടാവുക.
ശല്യമല്ലല്ലോ.
ഒരു ശല്യമില്ല.
ഇവിടുന്ന് നാട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് കൊണ്ടുപോയി അവിടെ ഇട്ട പ്രശ്നം കഴിഞ്ഞു. It's an unfortunate thing. But if there's no more questions, I think I can wind up this. But you like to add anything from?
I mean, if you were just connecting as family businesses are here to stay, because if you look at worldwide, I think 70% of the businesses are family-run businesses. Only thing is, you should, from a family business, you should translate that into, or graduate into a business family as we grow. I mean, once we recognize that and are able to appreciate the fact that there are people better than you to run businesses, we would all grow, and that's a commitment that any family business or anyone starting new should think about. So that's my last take on this.
Great, thank you. I think this is what Thrissur needs. I think we have so much of family businesses over here. We don't know how to align ourselves and take it to the next level. And you being the benchmark, setting up a benchmark with your blue book, to be honest, we have followed you, and few more Thrissur companies have adapted this family business concept. As you said, touch wood, it's too early to comment, but still we are going in the right direction. Thrissur, I think, should adapt, because so much of family businesses over here. I think that will be an eye-opening from Synthite. And as much as Nawaz is concerned, from a small town to a big product and multiple products.
So why do you undermine Thrissur? Thrissur has if you take 100 entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs in the state, 80 will come from
100%.
Thrissur only.
Very much. We are.
It's not a small town, it's a big town. People are...
small town with big pockets. But very true, very much entrepreneuring people from Thrissur. But family business wise, what happens, what I have understood is, as we grow, we split. If we had stayed together, we would have reached more heights. Even 50 years back, this is what I'm thinking. Now a lot of things are changing.
That's a debatable issue.
But a lot of good things are happening in Thrissur. We are proud that we got some best brands in Kerala. So I was speaking to one of my friends who was from other places, and I said, boss, I am from Thrissur. Everybody knows Thrissur. That's because Amitabh Bachchan comes here. Everybody comes here. So it's become a big opening because of the few good brands who have come in Kerala and from Thrissur. Now everybody knows Thrissur. So that's one good thing. I'm living here. I'm enjoying my life. So
my next book is to understand the DNA of the entrepreneurship in Thrissur.
We'll start with Anantaraman, sir. I think he'll be the right person to give you a list of who and all. I think he changed a lot of people into multiple brands, which is recognized in Krishna. I think he'll be the right person to talk to. Thank you, JK. Going international from Thrissur also, I think You can talk to him also. വലിയ ലിസ്റ്റ് തരും. Thank you all for being over here, spending some time with us. It is a pleasure having you, and I think we can keep chatting, but I would like to close the section, and wonderful time with you. Thank you, JK, Nawaz, and Aju.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sirs. May I request the chair to present a little something as a thank you to our panelists. This was truly a flavorful conversation, if I may say so. Thank you, Mr. Aju Jacob. Thank you for joining us this evening. കോലഞ്ചേരിയിൽ നിന്നും തുടങ്ങിയ ജൈത്രയാത്രയാണ്. ഇനിയും ആ യാത്ര മുന്നോട്ട് ഒരുപാട് ദൂരം പോകട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിക്കുന്നു. Discussion that brought in the all right. Sir managed to save time for one photograph, all three of them together. That's a true leader there. We discussed the family dynamics influencing the world of business, the dynamics of business, the conundrum of diversification. Even if you fail fast, fail cheap, dust up and move on. There were so many things to take away from the discussion. A small town with big pockets, and we do hope that a book comes out that understands the DNA of Thrissur. And thank you, sirs. Have we gotten a click? Thank you very much. And sir, we request the chair also to accept a little something from our end. We'd like to have a CA Sony CL, the past president TMA, to please come up on stage and express gratitude. Thank you. The chair kept the discussion live and going. Thank you for picking the brains of the icons here. Thank you, sirs. Thank you. सही दिशा का ज्ञान न हो तो उगता हुआ सूरज भी डूबता हुआ लगता है, we say. If you don't have the right sense of direction and time, a sunrise might appear as a sunset. So these are leaders who offer that sense of direction to let us know where we are heading. So thank you again. With this, we come to a close of the event in order to synthesize all the thoughts and propose the vote of thanks. For the summing up, can we have on stage Engineer George Paul, CEO TMA, who's himself an ace and adept leader. I request you to take the lectern, sir.
I won't take much longer time. Every session, each session after that, I think Meera was summing it up so beautifully. I just want to, just to conclude it. We had an inaugural session in which the speakers talk about the business challenges what we face today. And then thereafter we continued with three very, very interesting business sessions. And the first one was both the session chair as well as the speaker were eminent persons. One was a leader in CSB and a great advisor in the investment area and wealth creation. And Mr. Nandakumar was again built an institution by himself as called Manappuram Finance. Then followed by we had a speaker, Mr. Paul Thomas, who is the MD and CEO of ESAF Bank. And we had equally interesting Mr. Anand Menon, who is also from KIC for almost 39 years. And we had another interesting session. Then the third one is that going from local to global, how the people producing here and bringing some products and services to international quality and requirements and things like that. And all that is possible. And I just want to sum it up, all that what I have observed is that no matter where you are from, your dreams are valid as long as you have the will to chase it. And here, all the session after the session, people have just proved it. They have a dream, they chased the dream, and they had the will to chase that dream, and they realized and made that as a reality. And that's session after session we have seen. Jim Collins, in his book Built to Last, is talking about great institutions, because more than the product or service what they produce, the institution what they build itself is the biggest product. And I think we have seen Manappuram Finance or ESAF has actually done that by creating, by following some worthy dreams, and then they carry their beautifully managed profit as well as purpose so beautifully well. And I think we had beautiful sessions about the entrepreneurship challenges and how they have overcome, especially in a state like Kerala and from Thrissur. And the second session was on the inclusive development, how as a business model is built on an inclusive business model. When I was listening to Mr. Paul Thomas, I was just listening about, just reminded of 2 lines written by Vallathol long time ago as a poetry. അടുത്തു നിൽപ്പോർ അനുജനെ കാണാൻ അക്ഷികളില്ലാത്തോർക്ക് അരൂപനാം ഈശ്വരൻ അദർശനായാൽ അതിലെന്ത് ആശ്ചര്യം. So I thought that when he is talking about inclusive development, nothing more than this, like, if you have got your brother standing in front of you and you cannot see his needs and requirements and provided that through an inclusive growth model of business, how are you going to see and visualize and experience God who is not visible to you? I felt it was a beautiful and noble thought and business model. Lastly, I just want to sum it up. We are blessed to hear from these people today. They have already built such wonderful institutions. I think we are very fortunate. We are so blessed to listen from them, from their heart today. And I'm sure that we are blessed and take some of the cues and some of the points to carry on, maybe to make some improvisation in the way in which we carry out our life and business. So hope all of you had a wonderful time. And I would like to thank the session speakers and chair. We had, I think the inaugural session, Madhu has already thanked them, so I'm not going to that part. We had the entrepreneurship opportunities and challenges, Mr. T.S. Anandaraman, C. Anandaraman, past chairman, who has chaired, and Mr. V.P. Nandakumar, who is the MD and CEO in their absence. I thank on behalf of TMA for them. And the second session was on the inclusive development. Mr. Anand Menon chaired the session. Mr. K. Paul Thomas spoke from his heart how the business is built. And we had a wonderful session last, all three. I think there was a lot of identity, including the session chair. They're all inherited business, but they have built professional organizations. They're infusing a lot of new thought process and management and technology and a lot of things. It was wonderful to listen all of you the last session as well. But I think seeing is believing, because all the people today talked about leadership. Otherwise, in a conventional leadership form, we will be talking about collaboration, how to take people along, leadership styles and things like that. But today, there was a sea change in which more about the compassionate leadership, how inclusive theme is becoming the agenda. I think it is wonderful to listen all of you. On behalf of TMA, we would like to thank all the speakers, session chairs, all the people, those who are attended the entire session from 4 o'clock, and all the people, those who have put in their best to make this event beautiful, all the office bearers of TMA, and a lot of student chapter volunteers from the TMA student chapters here. And Dishan, the event manager, and Meera was outstanding on her summing up. Actually, she should have done a much better job than me, because she was summing it up beautifully. I think it's multi-talented, like singing, comparing, controlling, summing it up. Beautiful. And if I have left anyone, I think it is my mistake. So thank you very much, and enjoy the balanced part of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was very kind of you, and also a precise summing up of the event. In a nutshell, this is exactly what Thrissur Management Association Leadership Summit had been. Thank you. Before we disperse, I have a few things to tell you. One, of course, is a thank you on behalf of TMA, as sir had mentioned. One word of thanks to all those who made this evening a riveting success. And we will be having our dinner together, and those who haven't collected your dinner coupons, please do collect them from the registration desk. ഏറ്റവും ഫ്രണ്ടിൽ തന്നെയാണ് രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ്റെ സമയത്ത് തന്നെ കൂപ്പോൺ നൽകിയിരുന്നു. കളക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ വിട്ടുപോയവർ ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എന്തായാലും അത് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യണം എന്നൊന്നും കൂടെ ഓർമ്മിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. So that is it. We hope to see and meet in further forums, and we hope we can work together towards pushing the envelope, pushing the horizons forward, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Quoting Alfred Lord Tennyson. With this, we close with the national anthem.